Hello and welcome to Vibra Finance. My name is Lindsay, and today we have Mr. Brandon Joe Williams joining us. Money, lies, and law, and we are exposing the hidden game. Before further ado, please let me introduce Mr. Brandon Joe Williams.
Hello, hello.
Thank you so much for being here. Let's start with I don't know if I could do your introduction justice because you are a man of many skills, and those skills are wide and ranging. And the one that we're going to focus on today is a skill that you've been picking up for quite a few years now, but you're really like speedier than most. So if you could tell us, like, I don't even know if I would justify it with saying that your journey into UCC, but if that's where you'd like to start, that would be awesome.
Yeah, sure. Let me just adjust this camera real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, so UCC. So you have a finance channel. So have you guys talked about the UCC before, or kind of where are you at with that?
Okay, so we are walking our audience into this brand new babies. That is why I wanted to start with the conversation of what is actually money. Because fiat, we understand in our crypto journeys here, but money, I'm not so sure if that's part of the common conversation. So I really like the presentation that you put together with the two gentlemen that you were on not so long ago. I put that show in our notes below for our audience so you can catch up. Um, if you could start, or maybe something around there, maybe dance in around um, who you are and how'd you start on this like dumpster fire of a journey.
Well, the Employment Development Department decided they wanted to trespass on one of my properties that I was doing work on. I had a landscaping company that I had taken over for free because it was just a piece of shit. And a buddy of mine, it was his father's, and he called me one day and he was like, "Hey, uh, what could you do with like a client base?" And I was like, "What do you mean? What could you do with a client base? There's a million things you could do with a client base. You could send things to everybody. You could call everybody. You could do all sorts of crazy things." He goes, "Oh yeah, okay." And then I find out he's asking me all these questions about running a business or buying a business or whatever. And I finally said, "What do you?" I said, "You've been working for the city, the LADWP, for 26 years or something." I said, "Why are you asking me about business questions?" And he said, "Well, my dad is getting rid of his landscaping company that he's had since the 70s, and I want to take it over." And I said, and I had been thinking about getting into landscaping because Dan S. Pena, I don't know if you guys talk about him at all on here,
No,
but
we don't, but we will.
I mean, in terms of finance, he's one of the most important people you could ever be talking about. I mean, he's pretty much the QLA method. Just to do a little side curve off my story, the QLA method, the quantum leap advantage method that's developed by Mr. Dan S. Pena, who used to be called the $1 billion man, and now he's called the $1 trillion man or something like that. He is an ultra high performance business coach, and part of the QLA method he teaches you is how to go into various banks. You get loans from one bank, and then you get a loan from another bank, and then you use the first loan from the first bank to pay off the second loan, and you're creating relationships with these various banks, and how to create relationship with bankers, and how do you dress when you go and see a banker. Extensive part of the QLA method, which is Mr. Pena's method, is involving drumming up finance, getting private finance, going public, doing IPOs. So it's a lot of really good information for anyone who might be interested in that. But going back to my story, so Dan S. Pena says that whenever you're going into business, the higher the profit margins are, the lower the risk is in terms of going into a business, right? And he mentioned that the best three things that you can possibly get into if it's your first time running a business, number one is mobile home parks, number two is landscaping companies, and number three, I forget what the third one was off the top of my head, but he says it a million times, as far as I forgot. But if I remember,
Storage.
no, I forget what it was. It was number one is mobile home parks, number two is landscaping, and then number three is I forget. But anyways, So, and the reason why is because mobile home parks are like 65% profit on a regular basis. Landscaping is 50 to 55% profit on a regular basis. And then I forget what number three was, but it was also extremely high, obviously. And so I was already kind of thinking about wanting to get into landscaping. And then this whole landscaping thing kind of fell on my lap. And then my best friend at the time was doing sales and design at a landscaping company. So a different one, obviously. And he had just quit that job because he was so pissed off about how they ran the place. It was so mismanaged that it really irritated him to the point where he quit. So he was actually unemployed at the time. So all the stars kind of aligned to get this landscaping thing off the ground really rapidly, which we did. But during that time period, the big bad wolf was the employment development department. And while we were trying to stop the burning building, of which was the landscaping company, I had gotten things pretty much under control, and then turned around a corner one day, and then bang, there was the employment development department, right? So they decided they wanted to show up on a job site and cook up this $65,000 bill or whatever it was. And then they started to aggressively pursue me about it and have me fill out documentation regarding revenue streams and all this kind of goofiness. And so I was very scared. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't understand any of this stuff. So I went to some accountants and some lawyers, and I said, what do I do with this? And to my extreme surprise, they all told me that I should make a payment plan. And I was thinking in my head, you guys are going to school for 6 to 8 years. You guys are, in terms of the attorneys, you guys are getting licensed by this whole organization called the bar and all this stuff. And there's all these certificates and all this paper and all this goofiness. And the best you can do is make a payment plan. That's kind of when the facade of, accountants and lawyers actually know what they're doing, started to kind of, shall we say, break or spider. Let's say it's like that the first big crack in the windshield for me was that time period, because I always thought that accountants and lawyers actually knew what they were doing. They had their suits and they had their briefcases and they had their papers and they had their folders, and I thought that they knew what they were doing. And come to find out, that was my first huge wake up call of like, why are you unquestionably trusting these people? They obviously have no clue what they're doing, right? So once that started to occur, I decided I was going to have to do something myself, because I had two very close friends in the company, and I really wanted the company to do well. And making a payment plan, that was just ridiculous. I'm not going to pay for extortion. Just not going to happen, period. End of story, right? So I decided to start. I had a friend of mine who had been trying to tell me about all this crazy legal stuff for a long time, and I always told her she was crazy. I didn't want to have anything to do with it, and it would scare the hell out of me. But this was a point where I finally decided that the fear of the EDD was larger than my fear for whatever. Couldn't even have been really, I couldn't even have described what it was I was really scared of. I was just scared in general, right? So because of the situation, I went and saw a friend of mine named Nancy Kramer, and she explained things to me and explained some basic information that I did not have. And that is sort of what essentially started everything. And then I came home, and I was still very uncomfortable, very scared. I decided I was going to read every book on the subject that I could possibly find, which is typically how I like to do things. If I'm interested in the subject, I'll just get everything I possibly can on that subject and just read all the books available, pretty much, generally. Like, for example, Dennis Pena's book. I've read or listened to the audiobook version of that, which you can get for free on his website, probably, 30-something times, which there's only 2 books I've ever read more than once. Dan S. Pena's, it's called Your First 100 Million, and Zanparian's The Alabaster Girl, which are the 2 greatest books ever written by anyone at any point in time, ever, by far. So at that time, I had gotten maybe 30 I'd say like maybe 15 or 20 books, and then I got another 10 or 12 or so shortly after that. And yeah, I had read all of those between September of 2021 and March of 2022. And then I decided I wanted to create a website that is sort of like a boiled down version of all the most important parts of what I had been learning in one website for free in text form. And that is when onestupidfuck.com was born on March 14th, 2022, which originally just had the state national theory page, which was just a 37-point text-only website. It was essentially like a book, a written book. And it contained a lot of the information that I had been culling from all these different books. And then between January and March, I had written or rewritten or expanded that, probably 150, 200 times before I actually posted it. And then once I posted it, it went through hundreds and hundreds of additional edits and expansions over the years. And then July 2nd of 2022, I released the free contract killer course, the first version, which is where I took each of the individual sections of the state national theory page, and I made a video for each individual section, basically. And then fast forward to now, we've got a 2.0 course. That came out on August 18th, 2024. And 3.0, it's looking like it's probably going to be later this year. So that's going to be a whole nother ball game in terms
You are a
of,
machine.
yeah. So yeah, and the state national theory page has been rewritten or expanded, hundreds and hundreds of times. But nowadays, I'll go in there and do I'll look through all of it and make corrections or edits or expansions like once a year these days. I don't really do it that often. And the reason being is I go on shows like this probably 2 to 4 times a week. So there's no lack of information for people to get their hands on. In fact, the problem is not lack of information. The problem is probably too much information, really, which is just, that's not something that, the only way to really fix that is to organize it, which I do in the course. So if you're, by the time you finish the course, the size and amount of information that's available isn't really overwhelming anymore. You can kind of go where you want. You can kind of do what you want. It's pretty easy. You feel very free. If you haven't done the course yet, then you find yourself basically in this like sea of information, and you can't figure out where to go, and it's very confusing. So I have the course. The course is sort of like the first step, and then by the time you finish the course, you're sort of then kind of released. You're sort of free to kind of consume. I have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of shows. I have the state national theory book. I have resources. You should start reading court cases. So it's. I feel like when you finish the course, it's sort of like the beginning of the journey, essentially. Like the journey hasn't even begun until you finish the course. And that's kind of like the way I've set things up. That's kind of how it's supposed to be, because it is very, very overwhelming and confusing at first. And, hopefully by the end of the 3.0, 2.0 made a big difference. 1.0, people would finish it and they were still pretty confused. 2.0, the amount of people who finish 2.0 and they're still confused is pretty low, and typically it's because of their own issues, their own internal warfare, their own lack of self-esteem, that kind of thing. That's typically why someone would come out the end of the 2.0 course and still be confused. That's why we don't spend much time on those people. In fact, they're usually ignored or blocked. Because the thing is that the 2.0 is so clear and it's so extensive that for you to come out the other end and still be confused or still need to have your dick held or your hand held, it's just ridiculous, honestly. And everybody who's here kind of feels the same way. All my audience kind of feels the same way. So it may seem very harsh because it is, and it should be, because this is as far as I'm concerned, this is an elite group. It might seem very goofy with all the cucumbers and goofiness, but I really, truly believe this is an elite group, a very highly active, very intelligent, very knowledgeable, very caring group. And the bottom line is, if you don't understand the course, the answer is to just do the course again. And if you still don't understand the course, then the answer is just to do the course again. And then by that point, if you still can't figure it out, just like I said in the 1.0 course, that you should probably go down to the local farmer's market, get yourself the biggest, fattest cucumber you can possibly find, and jam that son of a bitch straight up your ass, because that is what became the entire brand, is when I said that in the first course, the 1.0 course. And that's become basically the core aspect of our group ever since. So it's not that we don't care. It's just that we don't have time for endless stupidity. It's just there's no time for that. We don't have a country that's in the kind of condition to where we can lollygag and fuck around with people who are. I think that the bigger problem, more so than a low intelligence, I think is a low self-esteem. I think that's actually the primary issue. I don't think the primary issue is low intelligence.
I
I think,
agree. I would
yeah.
agree 100% because it's not. When somebody was asking me about it, I said it's just not for the faint of heart. You really have to have a spine, and if if you can sit up straight right here, right now in this moment, take a deep breath, put your feet on the floor, touch grass, touch some wood, whatever you need to do. You have a spine. You have a soul. It's yours. You know, take it back, protect it. But not in an angry way. Just be aware that you are here and these things are available to you. It's free, and that's what I wanted to really highlight with you, and for you, for the audience, for everybody who is listening, is that there are so many gurus out there. There are so many groups out there that will get you in a heap of trouble really quick if you're not careful who you associate yourself with. And Brandon has provided us with a place to a nation of amnesty, truly. And so for all of you who are aware of what any of that meant, thank you, Brandon, for all of us. And for those who are just interested in starting this journey, or perhaps this will tickle your pickle a little bit, so you shall say, welcome. Because I wasn't kidding. You guys are gonna need to put your seatbelt on and buckle in. Once he gets rolling, it's just an absolute mind blowing. If you think crypto blew your mind, if you think Richard Hart blew your mind with his streams and his knowledge, this man is going to flip the script, because he's going to actually show us how to turn on the infinite for both sides of that situation, because there's not really two sides of this fence, right? Like, you can't straddle, you can, like, some people straddle both sides, so to speak. I'm going a little deeper than most of our audience would understand what I mean right now, but straddling both sides with the private, the public, it's hard to do. So encouraging more people to step into their own and empower themselves is where this journey truly begins. You are worth it.
Yeah. Yeah. Self-esteem. Without self-esteem, this is going to be a really, really, really hard journey. I think this journey can ultimately build self-esteem, I suppose.
Yep.
I don't think that it couldn't. I don't necessarily think it's the greatest avenue for that, if that's specifically what you need, but it's definitely not the worst either. If you're looking to have infinite money, I think it's definitely the only path. But if you're looking to have increase your self-esteem, there's many avenues that may be better, but it's not the worst.
Honestly, I think it's a great crash course, because if you can't make it through this, like, homie, you can't make it through life. Let's be
Yeah.
serious. Like,
Yeah.
you're going to be dependent on dependent on dependent on dependent. And that's like our Vibra Finance, our true like home is Vibra Farm, Vibraville, so to speak. I'm not there yet, but learning through you, someday it will be official. So anyway, back to like, just this is a journey of owning your own, knowing your own, and truly empowering yourself. And you are laying it on a plate in a way where it's not only digestible, you're not charging people for the information that you're following that model, which is how I structure, the CEO of Vibra Finance here is Adam. I am the COO. So I wanted to structure our business in a way that truly embodied that model of give, 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 give. And then if you need extra help, you need my time, then you can compensate for my time. But until then, like, we'll tell you what we need. We'll tell you what you need to know here. Right.
Yeah, it's the Dan S. Pena model. That's where I got all this from. The Dan S. Pena model. That's what it is, right? So The Dan S. Pena model is literally quoting him many, many times, saying the best part about giving everything away for free is I don't have to deal with you stupid fuckers. Literally, it's exactly what he
Right.
says.
And
He
if
says that
somebody tells
over and over and over, and he says things, for example, like whenever he has the castle, his once a year castle seminar. I believe it's once a year. It could be more now. I haven't really. I was consuming his content all day, every day for about 4 years, between the years of like maybe 2017 and 2021, and then since then I haven't really consumed much of his content. I was essentially obsessed all day, every day, listening to Mr. Pena. So I'm kind of disconnected after 2021. But even at the beginning of his council seminars, he would say, "Welcome." He'd say, "You're all fucking idiots. You're all fucking retarded." He's like, "Everything that I'm going to teach you during this week is all shit that you could have gotten on my website for free, but instead you decided to pay me and you came here because you're desperate pieces of shit," essentially. He's just like very, so, that was his model. His model is, if I give everything away for free, I don't have to deal with customer service. I don't have to answer your questions. I don't have to deal with your stupidity. I don't have to do anything. And then if you want to go to the castle, it costs 35, I think, thousand now to go to the castle, which to me, that's like nothing. That's like pennies to go to the castle for Mr. Pena's seminar. And it's also pennies to him. I don't think $35,000 is much of anything to him.
that's like free for him.
Yeah. So, it's the same model. It's free all the way to the top. And then the top is mind-bendingly expensive. And it's been very good to me. I mean, it's the low stress model. Even Mr. Pena says it's the low stress model because you wind up with just a few really, really, really high paying clients. And as, if you study a lot of the books from my other favorite dude, his name is Mr. Dan S. Kennedy. He's my favorite when it comes to, price structuring, marketing, sales. He's the best. Like, anything that he writes or anything that he has personally stamped with his approval, which are actually other authors that he has helped write books for, and then he stamped his stamp of approval on those books. Those are also phenomenal books. For example, the best sales book I ever read in my life was actually written by a woman, and it was a woman that Dan S. Kennedy pushed to write the book, and the book's not even in print anymore, which I think is an absolute shame. It's a book called Uncensored Sales Strategies by Sidney Biddle Barros, and it's the greatest sales book that's ever been written. And the reason why the book even exists is because Dan S. Kennedy thought that her story and her knowledge was so important and so valuable that he said, "I'll design the book, I'll help you write it, and I'll put a forward in it, and I'll even promote it." And she agreed to it, and the book exists because of Mr. Kennedy. And then for whatever reason, it came out of print, last I knew, which is insane. But but basically, Mr. Kennedy says that, the more you charge people, the easier they get to work with. So if you only have 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 clients, and they're all like your top ticket clients, then you wind up with essentially like a pretty much stress-free, there doesn't end up being any unnecessary stress or difficulties associated with whatever. And then when you have a free course, all of your paid advertising is to give away the free course. The free course model is something that I developed myself based off of everything that I was reading in Mr. Kennedy and Mr. Pena's materials. And then I took it a step farther and I created a free course, and then I have all of the paid ads are all just to give away the free course, which is sort of like my version of a lot of these ideas and thoughts. And it wound up being very effective. And I actually wrote a whole book on my system, which is called Don't Be a Slave to Your Clients, Break Your Chains and Regain Your Sanity. And you can see that on onestupidfuck.com. It's available on Amazon. If you go to onestupidfuck.com, upper left, it says Don't Be a Slave book, all the way up. Don't Be a Slave book. Yeah.
There we go.
That's the book right there. So
Okay.
and then I also have another book called Love is a Battery. It's all about love. And it came out of all of the marketing research that I was doing. But this was actually my first book I ever wrote right here on the screen. The don't be a slave to your clients, break your chains, and regain your sanity.
This is amazing. This will be excellent supportive material for the journey that we're all on here too.
Yeah.
This is very cool. All right, you are like that's why I was like, I can't introduce you. You're just such a you're like a wealth of knowledge, and it just like a broad spectrum too. But really, um, you align a lot with what our audience is gathered around, which is self. Taking care of self and um, being strong and standing up for yourself. And this is a great way to teach yourself how to do it. Read it. Like, stop reading Twitter. Get over here, read these books. These are way better. Okay, so we were talking about Mr. Pena and his money system and structuring businesses around it, which is amazing. But can we get into what actually is money in the first place? What really is money? Can we get into that?
Sure, yeah, I'll do a screen share. If you want to close down your screen share, I'll start mine, and then we can kind of get into it. Because crypto really wouldn't be money, and it also really wouldn't be negotiable instruments either, to my knowledge. I don't know a whole lot about crypto, to be honest with you. I've never really cared much to look at it.
That's why I'm so excited you're here.
Let me turn off HDR, otherwise it's going to be overexposed. Give me 1 second here.
I'm not seeing the.
I know. Hold on 1 second. Can you still hear me?
Oh, you're okay. Oh, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
I'm just impatient. That's all.
I had to turn off HDR because it was overexposed real bad. I think I'd be okay now. There we go.
Okay.
Okay. So money, right? If we go to my website and we go to the definitions here, we got a couple definitions. One comes from Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution. No state shall make anything but gold and silver coin a tender in payments of debts. And then this is the definition of money from Black's Law Dictionary. An usual and ordinary acceptation. It means gold, silver, or paper money used as circulating medium of exchange and does not embrace notes, bonds, evidences of debt, or other personal or real estate. What's in our pockets typically is Federal Reserve notes, and you can see here it says here does not embrace notes. Okay. So if we go to what was the original definition of a dollar from the Coinage Act of 1792, I believe it is. This is the original definition that is actually still the definition to this day. The definition is 371.25 grains of fine silver. Fine silver is 0.999 or above. Gold coins weren't originally part of the definition. When were gold coins legally added in as money into the Coinage Act in America? Oh.
I was like, oh, I was going to say something. I was like, so close. I'm like, pop quiz time. Oh, I froze.
I thought it was a little bit later than this, but yeah, it looks like maybe I was wrong. We have a eagle, a half eagle, and a quarter eagle. The eagle was $10, so that would have been 10. Let's see here. What was the original definition of a dollar in terms of gold coins from the Coinage Act of 1792? Not gold. Okay, that's what I thought. So the original definition for a dollar or money didn't include gold. I don't think that was added legally until like 1820 or 1824. I would have to do a little bit more history search on this to totally get this, but I have memorized this. This is for sure. It's 371.25 grains of fine silver. That I can tell you for sure, right? So really, the most basic definition of the term money that we've ever had, because we came off the gold standard and went back on it a few times. So gold has been on and off, but silver has never really been on and off. We've always had this. So this has been the core of the core of the core of the core of the definition of money since our inception, and even in other countries and stuff far beyond that. So the answer to a dollar is 371.25 grains of fine silver in coin form. And so that is what they're talking about here. And it does not embrace notes. So it means that what's in your pocket, what's in your wallet would be notes, Federal Reserve notes. Those would not be... that's not money. We can see that very, very clearly in UCC 3-102 subject matter. This article applies to negotiable instruments. It does not apply to money. So what is in your pocket, these Federal Reserve notes, or what is being transferred when you use a credit card, or what is a check, or what is pretty much anything and everything that you are going to be experiencing or transferring on a daily basis since the day you were born till the day you die, pretty much everyone, and since 1933. The answer to that question is negotiable instruments. What's in your pocket is a negotiable instrument, and that term is defined in UCC 3-104. UCC stands for the Uniform Commercial Code. Article 3 is the entire article. It's the Bible of negotiable instruments. So if you're looking to learn everything under the sun, moon, and stars as regards to our financial system, not money. We're not talking about money, but we're not talking about crypto either. We're talking about negotiable instruments, which is credit cards, bills, Federal Reserve notes, that kind of thing is what we're talking about right now, right? So a negotiable instrument means an unconditional promise or order to pay, and then it goes on and on and on, but we don't really need to go into all that, really. You just need this is all you really need. You can come in here on your own time, and you can go down and see that this goes on and on and on, and there's all sorts of good things, right? But really, it's just very simple. There's just two things that make up negotiable instruments. We have an unconditional promise to pay and an unconditional order to pay, right? So if you ask what's in your wallet, right? What's in your wallet is a Federal Reserve note. The word note is used to describe a promissory note. That would be the one end of the conversation, because we have two ends. We have the unconditional promise and the unconditional order. So which one would a note be? It would be the unconditional promise to pay, right? And we can see more information about that, let's say, for example, in UCC 9-307. Because if a Federal Reserve note is an unconditional promise to pay, that means that there's two parties on the note. There's the debtor and there's the creditor, right? So UCC 9-307 gives you all the information about the debtor on the Federal Reserve note, right? And if you scroll down, it gives you some information about the debtor. And one of the most shocking pieces of information about the debtor is the subsection H. Location of United States. The United States is located in the District of Columbia, right? So you find out that it's actually just a negotiable instrument. The debtor is United States, and the United States is located in the District of Columbia, right? So Federal Reserve notes are basically, and if we go to my website and we go to the case law resource page and we type in Federal Reserve, we can see what the Ninth Circuit says about the Federal Reserve. This is a case called John L. Lewis versus United States of America. It's from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals from 1982. The Honorable Justice in that case says, examining the organization and function of the Federal Reserve banks and applying the relevant factors, we conclude that the reserve banks are not federal instrumentalities for purposes of the Federal Tort Claims Act, but are independent, privately owned, and locally controlled corporations. So we already know we have, on a Federal Reserve note, we have two parties. One party is an independent, privately owned, and locally controlled corporation called Federal Reserve, which is not federal at all, because if it was federal, if it was a federal agency, it would fall under the FTCA. They're saying it does not fall under the FTCA, meaning it's not a federal anything. And it is nothing more than an independent, privately owned, and locally controlled corporation. And then the other party on the note is called the United States. That party is located in the District of Columbia. And this is the basic composure of the promissory note called a Federal Reserve note.
This is the best journey ever. Really, it is, guys. I know it's a lot. It's a lot because all these things that he's throwing out there, the more you learn through this journey, the more you read, the more you listen, the more you take action through just even engaging in conversation, this flow chart flows like water. After you put this together, I was like, oh, I actually have ordered blueprints of it. They're coming soon. So excited. Seriously.
I love it.
It's like it's going to be wallpaper because it really is that just easy to go through once you tune in.
If I didn't write this thing, I would print it out and put it on the wall.
Yeah.
The only reason why I don't is because I wrote it. I mean, I know this thing like the back of my hand because I wrote the damn thing, right? So, but I know a lot of people who get huge printouts of it and they stick it on the wall. It's very smart. That's what I would be doing. And I'd be looking at it every single day because you want to memorize everything on here. I don't think it's that much, especially in comparison to how hard it was for me to put this together and how much I had to go through in order to put this together. This is like nothing. This is like a little Valentine's chocolate out of a little box with like a little cherry center or something. This is just nothing compared to what I had to go through to put this thing together. So
this is a cake with somebody inside it, jumping out going, happy birthday.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Because
Yeah.
that's how much work that took to get this done. This is years, guys. This is hours. This is like thinking about this while you're in the bathroom, while you're doing your other business, while you're doing your business. Like this is all of this condensed into a easy to follow flow chart if you do the legwork behind it. Thank you.
Yeah, and I have a 6-part series. It's in my free contract killer course, but it's also just available by itself on YouTube. And we go through, if you go to the Uniform Commercial Code and we go back to Article 3, we can see here that Article 3 has 6 sections. Part 1, general provisions and definitions. Part 2, negotiation, transfer, and endorsement. Part 3, enforcement of instruments. Part 4, liability of parties. Part 5, dishonor. Part 6, discharge and payment. We go through all these 6 parts in 6 different videos called A Journey into UCC3. And then after the course was done, after we had already done all that, and after we finished the course together, which has a bunch of other stuff too in it, after that I created post-course video number 1, and that's the video that goes into this flowchart. I didn't have this flowchart done when I did that 6-part series. This flowchart was done after the 2.0 course had already been released. I think it wasn't until September or November or something when I had this, or
it was around October. I remember being so excited. No, I'm just kidding. It was, yeah.
So yeah, by about October or so, which is a couple months after this 2.0 course had been released, I released this flowchart. It's gone through a few adjustments, but overall, it's pretty similar to how it was originally, which is pretty rare with a lot of my stuff. Typically, things go through a lot of changes, but this is just so clear. Once you really understand UCC Article 3, it just becomes so clear that there's really not a whole lot to mistake with this. So we just have this flow chart here, and we'll go through the flow chart. So we have these two categories, right? We have the unconditional promise to pay, and then we have the unconditional order to pay, right? And these are the two types of negotiable instrument, okay? So unconditional promise to pay is called a note or promissory note. An unconditional order to pay is called a draft or bill of exchange. And then if it has routing and account numbers on it and it's governed under UCC Article 3 and UCC Article 4, at that point it would also be a check, but a check has to be a draft first. Literally no one I've ever talked to in my life, including 30-year banking professionals, knows the difference between a draft and a check. It's hilarious. So a draft is the first level. A draft is governed under UCC Article 3. And then if you add routing and account numbers to the draft, it turns into a check, but it's still a draft. If you tear the routing and account numbers off the check, it's still a draft. That's what people don't understand. You actually aren't really destroying a check by tearing the routing and account numbers off. You're simply destroying the second tier of what it is, which is a check, and you're leaving behind the fact that it's still a draft. And nobody knows this. Judges don't know this. Literally no one knows this. But drafts are under UCC 3. Checks are under UCC 4. But since a check is a draft, then technically a check is under UCC 3 and 4. Okay? So that's an unconditional order to pay or draft or bill of exchange. And then if you go one step farther, it becomes a check. But we're not even at the point of check with this. That's not needed because we're only talking about UCC Article 3 here, really. So a check would be governed under UCC Article 4. So we're not really even at that point in this conversation, nor do we even need to be. It's not even really necessary to talk about checks. All we need to talk about is drafts, bills of exchange, which are all the same thing, which are called unconditional orders to pay. Okay?
Okay.
So what are examples of an unconditional promise to pay? When you sign a traffic ticket. It is a note if you signed it and more of a draft if you didn't. Are you promising to perform or being ordered to perform? That's the difference. If they tear it off and throw it in the window and walk away, it would be an unconditional order to pay. If they say, sign here, sir, it would be an unconditional promise to pay. If they say, sign here, sir, and you don't sign it, and they still tear it off and throw it in your window, it would be an unconditional order to pay. So what people don't realize is pretty much everything in the world falls into one of these two categories. And both of these categories are cash. And that's what people don't get. That's the fun part, right? So the officer, whether you signed it or not, the officer's throwing cash through your window. That's what he's doing. Parking tickets are cash. Traffic tickets are cash. Tax bills are cash. Utility bills are cash. Credit card bills are cash. A credit card transaction is cash. A court order or judgment is cash. A check, which we're not going to get into because it's a little more complicated, is both a draft and a check. It's still cash. A debit card transaction is cash. Medical bills are cash. Federal Reserve notes are cash. Loan promissory notes are cash. Pretty much every currency that has a central bank, their currency is cash. Insurance policies are legally cash. The original policy documents, when you promise to pay X amount over X and you kind of open up the original policy, that original documentation, that's cash. Everything is cash. And that's what nobody seems to understand. Okay. So it's not really that important to figure out if something is a note or a draft. It's slightly important. Being able to recognize if it's a draft or a note, I suppose, is slightly important. But really, everything is one of the two, and they both kind of operate the same way. So like the easiest way to say it is just The easiest way to sum up all of this information in a few words is just literally everything is cash, and you just don't know it. Everything is cash. They're sending you cash. You're sending in other types of cash, abandoning the original type of cash that they sent you. The cops pull you over. They give you cash. Parking tickets are cash. So it's just some parking person in a little yellow vest, and they're just sticking cash underneath your window wiper. Everything is cash. Your utility bills, when you get your bill at the end of the month, and it's electricity and water, that bill is cash. If you go to the hospital and you come out and they send you a $50,000 bill, they just sent you $50,000 in cash. They paid you to go to the hospital. They paid you to illegally park. They paid you to speed in a vehicle. If you speed, you get paid. If you park illegally, you get paid. If you use your credit card, at the end of the month, they're sending you a bill. That bill is cash. You're getting paid to use the credit card. Okay, so now we're gonna, but now coming down from that, which is like the eagle eye view.
I hate to interrupt you because I know you're a flow, but I want to point out early and now that you're not taking away from them, and they're getting paid. Like, all parties are getting paid.
Well, it's all cash. Everything is cash.
Right. All cash.
Federal Reserve notes is just one of a billion different types of cash.
Right.
Like, America is basically like everyone thinks there's one currency, Federal Reserve notes, when in actuality, there's like trillions of them. There's trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of different types of currency in America. And there's new types coming out every single day, all the time. That's the reality.
Yep.
If someone who's brand new, who's never had a credit card before in their whole life, and they just turned 16 or 18 and they get their first credit card, when they use that first credit card for the first time, they're producing an unconditional promise to pay, which is a note. It's a note under their name. So it would be a Brandon Joe Williams note. And then that note gets converted into a Federal Reserve note. But that note, that Brandon Joe Williams note, when he used that credit card for the first time to buy his coffee or his gas or his cigarettes, he produced the first type of that note available on the market. So at that point in time, he would have introduced a brand new type of currency. And this is happening every single day, and it's happened, millions or billions or trillions of times. So when you understand that, for example, when Edison sends you an unconditional order to pay, that's actually an Edison draft. It's actually an Edison cash. When Officer Jones, on behalf of the city of Glendale, gives you a ticket through a window, he's giving you City of Glendale note. It's a currency that's produced under the person, because person includes individuals, estates, partnerships, associations, companies, corporations. For people who are brand new to all this information, we should definitely look that up for just a moment. You'll see different definitions everywhere, right? For example, in the tax code, I really like this definition here. The term person shall be construed to mean and include an individual, a trust, estate, partnership, association, company, or corporation. If we go to 8 USC 1101, this one is quite a bit more shocking. This one has to do with nationality and aliens. This one is also a huge part of the passport system. So if you look at the definition of the word person in Title 8, it's really shocking because while I'm reading this definition to you, you have to think in your mind that the definition of the term person is who a passport can be issued to. So the term person means an individual or an organization. The definition of organization is also defined in 8 USC 1101 in subsection A28, which if I click here, it'll go right to it. The term organization means, but is not limited to, an organization, corporation, company, partnership, association, trust, foundation, or fund, and includes a group of persons, whether or not incorporated, permanently or temporarily associated together with joint action on any subject or subjects. So technically, this podcast right now, as we speak, is legally a Title VIII organization. A Title VIII organization for the purposes of nationality and alienship, or aliens, is a person. If we were to give a name to this exact and specific podcast that we are currently having right now as we are speaking, that person that we just named could go and get a passport. So the term person is really, really wild. Okay, obviously.
Yeah.
So what
the first time you hear it, it's like you really have to go through. If that's the first time you've heard that, guys, then please replay it and really digest that. Because when you start reading signs out there, you're gonna be like, "Who are they? Who's in the elevator with me?"
So you'll start seeing it. If you go to, I just wrote a whole page on this called A Treatise. If you go to williamsandwilliams.com, I'm actually still working on it. It's not even done yet. I actually just started writing this, a treatise on the word person, right? And I don't know how long it's going to take me to finish it. It's quite a bit, but I think I still have quite a ways to go. But basically, the word person or persons became more common around the Dred Scott versus Sanford case, which is 1871, right? And you can see that here. They're talking about released slaves or slaves that have been released through manumission, but they were slaves at one point in time. That's what Dred Scott versus Sanford was all about. And if you see here, the Honorable Justice Taney, I think his name is Taney, wasn't it? Robert Taney, Justice Taney, Dred Scott. Let me see here, Justice
Roger Taney.
Yeah, Roger Taney. So this is from Roger Taney. He says, the question before us is whether the class of persons described in the plea and abatement compose a portion of this people and are constituent members of this sovereignty. And I have the quote where he's talking about that from the earlier quote here. The words people of the United States and citizens are synonymous terms and mean the same thing. They both describe the political body who, according to our Republican institutions, form the sovereignty and who hold the power and conduct the government through their representatives. They're what we familiarly call the sovereign people, and every citizen is one of this people and a constituent member of this sovereignty. And then in relation to slaves and released slaves, having just said that, Mr. Taney then says, the question before us is whether the class of persons described in the plea of abatement compose a portion of this people and are constituent members of this sovereignty. And then here is the slammer. We think they are not. And that they are not included and were not intended to be included under the word citizens in the Constitution, and can therefore claim none of the rights and privileges which that instrument provides for and secures to citizens of the United States. On the contrary, they were, at that time, considered a subordinate and inferior class of beings who had been subjugated by the dominant race and, whether emancipated or not, yet remained subject to their authority and had no rights or privileges, but such as those who held the power and the government might choose to grant them. So nowadays, everything is persons. The California Vehicle Code is persons. You don't see the word people anywhere. The reason why that is because when they say, for example, the term person means an individual and an organization, they never define the word individual for a reason. If they did, all the scam would unravel. The word individual means essentially a black slave of African descent. It means that the actual term, the legal term, would be Negro. And the legal term Negro has a specific definition, right, which I cover in this treatise, right? So if we go down and we look up the legal definition of the word Negro, originally you have to look up the definition of free white man. That was the original definition for a citizen from the Naturalization Act of 1790. That has an extensive definition, which we can get into for just a moment. This is the definition of free white person. These are the two definitions that I was able to find, and it goes through each individual culture as to which one would it be included and which one would not be included, right? And then if we go down to essentially the word Negro, which is essentially the legal term for the slaves that were persons, we go down to the legal term Negro, which is on here somewhere. Let me just look for it for just a moment.
Let's see. Hardware says in the law dictionary, human is defined as a monster, as in a sample.
Yeah, Negroes were pretty much, they were considered more property, I think, than monsters. They were considered property, right? Like, for example,
well, thank God, that'd be terrible.
So if we read, let's go ahead and just read this quote real quick, and then we'll get into that for just a moment, because it is important to know for UCC, because free white people have nothing to do with the UCC. That's what also makes it confusing. Where, like, for example, for me to use the UCC, I actually have to use some sort of corporate entity in order to interface with the UCC, because I'm not a Negro. So the thing is that I wouldn't actually be part of the definition of the word person. I wouldn't be a part of the definition of the word individual. So because I have no standing involving the UCC, I actually have to use some sort of corporate person in order to even interface or use the UCC. So it's important to know all this information, right? So here's another quote from Mr. Taney. They're talking again about the Dred Scott versus Sanford case, talking about a free white person is part of the people of we the people from the Constitution, whereas Negroes are not. They're persons. They're an entirely different class. Okay, so in this case, if you read Dred Scott versus Sanford, they go into excruciating detail of all about slavery, the different areas, laws of the different areas, laws in the different territories, laws about how white women cannot marry black men and what will happen, laws about how black men can't even congregate in public except in certain areas, and even in those certain areas, it's only certain times of the week or day. They go through laws talking about where if a black man is emancipated and leaves a slavery area and he's in a area where slavery is not a part of it, and something illegal were to happen, how does that interface with where he came from? How does that interface with his previous owners? How does that interface with his citizenship? It's a very extensive court document, and it's probably the one of the most important breakdowns of any court case that's ever happened in the entire history of our entire country, right? It says, so Mr. Taney says, in the opinion of the court, the legislation and histories of the times and the language used in the Declaration of Independence show that neither the class of persons who had been imported as slaves nor their descendants, whether they had become free or not, were then acknowledged as a part of the people, nor intended to be included in the general words used in that memorable instrument. It is difficult at this day to realize the state of public opinion in relation to that unfortunate race, which prevailed in the civilized and enlightened portions of the world at the time of the Declaration of Independence, and when the Constitution of the United States was framed and adopted. But the public history of every European nation displays it in a manner too plain to be mistaken. They had, for more than a century before, been regarded as beings of an inferior order, and although unfit to associate with the white race, either in social or political relations, and so far inferior that they had no rights which the white man was bound to respect, and that the Negro might justly and lawfully be reduced to slavery for his benefit. He was bought and sold and treated as an ordinary article of merchandise and traffic whenever a profit could be made by it. This opinion was at that time fixed and universal in the civilized portion of the white race. It was regarded as an axiom in morals as well as in politics, which no one thought of disputing or supposed to be open for dispute, and men in every grade and position in society daily and habitually acted upon it in their private pursuits as well as in matters of public concern, without doubting for a moment the correctness of this opinion. And in no nation was this opinion more firmly fixed or more uniformly acted upon than the English government and the English people. They not only seized them on the coast of Africa and sold them or held them in slavery for their own use, but they took them as ordinary articles of merchandise to every country where they could make a profit on them, and were more extensively engaged in this commerce than any other nation in the world. And then here's the last quote. It's a separate quote, a very powerful quote. But there are two clauses in the Constitution which point directly and specifically to the Negro race as a separate class of persons and show clearly that they were not regarded as a portion of the people or citizens of the government then formed. You don't see this word anymore. It doesn't exist in law. You only see this word. And the reason why is because this is all based on the 14th Amendment, and now everything is based off the 14th Amendment. So free white person or white people have nothing to do with literally any of the United States Code, the California Vehicle Code, nothing. Street signs and speed limit signs have nothing to do with white people. The entire country is completely and utterly pure 100% racism. And it's so racist and it's so extensively racist that nobody even knows it. Parking tickets have nothing to do with white people. Car registration has nothing to do with white people. Very little of anything, only a small portion of the criminal codes have anything to do with white people. Traffic stop signs have nothing to do with white people. And in fact, there's many different types of black races that are not legally Negroes, and they get called Negro, and they're not. So it gets even crazier because we go down to the definition of the word Negro, which I have here. People use the term African American and other terms in an attempt to be kind. But what no one realizes, the term African American that's the slave term. That means Negro. African is Negro, right? So we look at the definitions of the word Negro. The word Negro means a black man, one descended from the African race, and does not commonly include a mulatto, right? But the laws of the different states are not uniform in that respect, some including in the description Negro, one who has 1/8 or more African blood. Here's another definition. Term Negro means necessarily person of color, but not every person of color is Negro. There's a lot of races that are not of heavy African descent. Those races would not be Negroes. Would they be a free white person? That's a whole nother conversation. But the thing is that just because someone's dark or black does not mean they're a Negro. Negro is persons. So if you have somebody who's not a Negro and they're also not a white man, they wouldn't be a people and they wouldn't be a persons. There is no term for that whatever. There is no legal term to describe someone who's not a persons and who's not a people, who's not a Negro or a free white man. There's only two terms. Persons is Negro. People is free white man. Everybody else is basically there's no class. So you can ask me, okay, Brandon, if I'm not a Negro and I'm not a free white man, would the stop signs and the criminal code and all these things apply to me? That's a conversation for the courts, because the thing is that I can't answer that question for you. No one's ever brought, to my knowledge, that kind of an argument into a courtroom. And we're going to have this whole Dred Scott slaughterhouse cases thing all over again when people start bringing all this shit into the courts, because it's not my job to try to figure that out. It's the court's job to try to figure all that out, right? But in general, we have two classes. We have the Negro, which is persons, and then we have a free white person or free white man, which would be the people, right? People are above the government. Negroes are below the government. Okay? And that's basically it. And the definition of a mulatto is a person that is the offspring of a negress by a white man or of a white woman by a Negro. In a more general sense, a person of mixed Caucasian and Negro blood or Indian and Negro blood. Properly, a mulatto is a person, one of whose parents is wholly black and the other wholly white, but the word does not always, though perhaps it does generally, require so exactly even a mixture of blood, nor is its signification alike in all of the states. And if we go back up, the word Negro means a black man, one descended from the African race, and does not commonly include a mulatto. So let's say you do have somebody that's that was their great-great-grandfather was a slave and was released by the 13th Amendment and given citizenship by the 14th Amendment. If at any point during that lineage there was a white woman involved in that, or a black woman with a white man or something like that, that means that that person would be a mulatto. A mulatto would not be a persons. So the question is, would a mulatto be a people? Well, you have to go back up to the definition of a free white person, and you have to go through all the different cultures that they say. Definition of a free white person, meaning all persons, which also makes it more complicated because they aren't persons. Even they were confused back then of what was going on. Belonging to the European races, then commonly counted as white, and their descendants, including such descendants in other countries to which they have emigrated. It includes all European Jews, more or less intermixed with peoples, now they're saying peoples, of Celtic, Scandinavian, Teutonic, Iberian, Latin, Greek, and Slavic descent. It includes Magyars, Lapps, and Finns, and the Basques, and the Albanians. It includes the mixed Latin, Celtic, Iberian, and Moorish. So you can see here a lot of people are Moorish, and they're talking about a lot of this information. Moorish is specifically, now keep in mind, there's a lot of black people that are Moorish. Their skin is black, but they're legally a free white person. So this whole conversation is not super relevant to UCCC Article 3, honestly, but here we are. And the reason why we're talking about this probably is because I'm just in the middle of writing this treatise as we speak. And as far as I'm concerned, coming from a guy who's read a lot of shit, who's read literally everything pretty much he can get his hands on, at least scroll through it, I've never seen anything anywhere that breaks all this information down like this. And the whole point of this whole conversation is the 14th Amendment says all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. Samuel Freeman Miller, who's the person who gave the opinion on the slaughterhouse cases, which is another case that I'm not going to get into right now because it just takes a while, but it's also the case that overturned the Dred Scott decision. He says right in the slaughterhouse cases, the 14th Amendment has nothing to do with white people or state citizens. So what they're actually saying here is all Negroes born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. So the 14th Amendment only has to do with Negroes. And now everything is under the 14th Amendment. Every single city, everything, the California Vehicle Code, anywhere where you see the word persons, that entire body of codes or law only and specifically has to do with Negroes. And nowadays, it's so long since the 13th Amendment, since slavery was abolished, and if someone has sex with a white woman, they become a mulatto, and a mulatto isn't a fucking Negro, how can you even tell or prove who's a fucking persons anymore? How can you even tell who a Negro is anymore legally? If you say, oh, you're a Negro, and I say, no, I'm not, and now you have to prove it, that's what people do. They're stupid, and they do, oh, yeah, I'm a 20% African blood. Well, then you're fucked. Sorry. And I had a guy on YouTube comment on one of my channels. He's like, Brandon, what would you do if you really did have more than 12.5% African blood or whatever? I'd say, well, you've got two choices. You can either get the 14th Amendment or the slaughterhouse cases overturned or thrown out, or honestly, I'd fucking leave. Those are the two. And I'm not saying that as a mean person. I'm not saying like get the fuck out of America. I'm saying if I was a Negro for real, 12.5% African blood, and people knew about it and I couldn't hide it, I would either go absolutely fucking berserk trying to get the slaughterhouse cases overturned or the 14th Amendment removed, or I would literally just pack my shit and leave America. That's the two things. As far as I'm concerned, those are the only two options that a person of 12.5% African blood or above has if they ever have any hope of becoming people. There are a lot of men and women that are not persons, but they're also not people. So that's also interesting. They wouldn't fall under the Bill of Rights, and they also wouldn't fall under the 14th Amendment. So people don't realize that this conversation's a little bit more complicated than what people think, because there's a huge class that is completely undefined. But white people that were born in one of the 50 states are not persons, they're people. And anyone of 12.5% African blood or above that were born anywhere in the United States would be persons. But if I was them, I would just make sure nobody finds out about that 12.5% African blood. If nobody finds out, then there ain't no proof. If you're online and you're posting stuff about African culture and African this and African that, you're basically putting a death sentence on yourself. And this is the systemic racism that you see in the police and everywhere else that no one can put their finger on. And the police don't have any clue about any of this, right? But the thing is it's true. African-blooded people, or people who are descendants of released slaves from the 13th Amendment, are persons. They're property. And that's why they're so much easier to fuck with when it comes to the law and stuff like that, right? So what happened was everything under the sun, moon, and stars all got put under this 14th Amendment. If you look at like car registration, if you look at like municipal incorporated municipalities, if you look at like taxes, the Federal Reserve, all of it came after all of this stuff started happening, and it's all under the umbrella of the 14th Amendment. And white people white people have absolutely nothing to do with the 14th Amendment. In fact, even using the 14th Amendment in court should be illegal for a white person, because white people can't use the 14th Amendment, but they do it all the time and they don't understand it. So essentially, what's happening is that when a white person uses the 14th Amendment in court, they're telling the court they are a Negro. White people can't use the 14th Amendment. White people can't have anything to do with the 14th Amendment. People say, oh, Brandon, due process is from the 14th Amendment. The 5th Amendment has due process too. White people use the 5th Amendment. Negroes use the 14th Amendment. The whole country's split. A United States citizen is also a Negro. If you get into the slaughterhouse cases, you start to see more about that. The term United States citizen, prior to 1873, it just meant a state citizen. So someone would say, are you a U.S. citizen? Yes. And then the next question would be, of which state? California. I understand. There was no such thing as just this blanket U.S. citizen category, right? Until Mr. Miller and the slaughterhouse cases, which I have those quotes here too. In the slaughterhouse cases, he specifically defined that there was going to be this new category. He talks about it here, called the U.S. citizen category, right? And he's talking about the 14th Amendment, that its main purpose was to establish the citizenship of the Negro, can admit of no doubt. And then what else does he say? He says, it is quite clear then there is a citizenship of the United States and a citizenship of a state, which are distinct from each other and which depend upon different characteristics or circumstances in the individual. A United States citizen is a Negro underneath the District of Columbia. A state citizen is a free white person underneath the state. So if someone says, are you a U.S. citizen to me, I look at my skin and I say, what the fuck are you talking about? You can see I'm not black. How can I be a U.S. citizen? You can't be a U.S. citizen if you're white. It's physically impossible. You can only be a citizen of a state, right? And the thing is, you ask me, well, Brandon, I'm not a persons or a people. Well, I don't know. I don't know what the hell you'd be then. I still don't think you'd be a U.S. citizen, personally. I don't know what the fuck you'd be at that point, but that's a whole nother conversation. Okay. So the whole point of this whole conversation is that the 14th Amendment, everything's under the 14th Amendment now. And that includes, as far as I'm concerned, it includes the Uniform Commercial Code. So if you're using the Uniform Commercial Code, as far as I know, you can't really use the uniform. You can't even have a credit card as a white man. Because the credit card system and the Uniform Commercial Code's all under the 14th Amendment, which has to do with persons, which is why all through the Uniform Commercial Code and everything else, you see the word persons, never people. They aren't talking about people. So what did they have to do? They had to create a sole proprietorship of your name in all capital letters, which is a business. That business is a person under the 14th Amendment. And that's why every time you get a bill or every single time you see anything involving American Express, it's got your name in all capital letters, because they can't put a free white person's name on there, because the whole fucking thing's based off the 14th Amendment, and you as a white man have no right touching the 14th Amendment, and you can't have anything to do with the 14th Amendment. And there was a case in 1868 where they specified this. I just recently learned about this. 1868. It would be, let's see here. There's a case in 1868. I just found it. It's a huge breakthrough. I just put it on here. After Negro, it would be down here. Yeah. So 1886. Santa Clara County versus Southern Pacific Railroad Company 118 US 394. So 1873 is the slaughterhouse cases. That's when we start to break down that the 14th Amendment's for Negroes. Negroes are persons. It's got nothing to do with state citizen, white people. It's got nothing to do with any of that, right? Then in 1886, we have here one of the points made and discussed at length in the brief of counsel for defendants in error was that, quote, corporations are persons within the meaning of the 14th Amendment and the Constitution of the United States, end quote. Before argument, Mr. Chief Justice Waite said, quote, the court does not wish to hear argument on the question whether the provision in the 14th Amendment to the Constitution which forbids a state to deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws applies to these corporations. We are all of opinion that it does. And as far as I can tell right now, this is brand new, this is the main point. Before this point, the word person sometimes included corporation, sometimes didn't, right? But after the 14th Amendment, we have this whole new class for the Negroes. And then now what they're doing is they're adding on into that class, which again has nothing to do with white people at all. Corporate fictions have now become, because this is the Supreme Court of the United States. So now it's like, oh yeah, guys, you know, the whole country is in agreement. And every single circuit court and every single state court can start to operate this way because we say so, because we're the big dogs on campus. We are of the opinion that under the 14th Amendment, the word person is hereby expanded clearly to include corporations, which is why we wind up in 2025 with the definition of the word person in the tax code or in Title 8 being the term person shall be construed to mean and include an individual, trust, estate, partnership, association, company, or corporation. The term individual means Negro. The tax code, the IRS, income tax, sales tax, state tax, all this shit has absolutely nothing to do with white people. It never did. All this stuff is under the 14th Amendment. If you read the slaughterhouse cases, Mr. Miller is very clear. The 14th Amendment has nothing to do with state citizens. State citizens were defined as a free white person. As a white man, none of this has anything to do with me at all, and it goes even farther. If you have a passport, it's a Negro passport or an organization passport. If you have a driver's license, it's a Negro driver's license, or it's some sort of organization or company or corporation or estate or partnership. A driver's license cannot have a white person on it. Juries are only composed of U.S. citizens. Are juries only composed of U.S. citizens? Yes. So who's the only person that can serve on a jury? A Negro. Corporations, trusts, estates, partnerships, they can't look, they can't talk, they can't evaluate information. They aren't alive, so how can they serve on juries? Technically, they would be included in the definition of a U.S. citizen, but that doesn't function with a jury. A jury has to be of actually, actual men or women that can actually compute information and talk and write. So this term would technically, on paper, include legal fictions. But because legal fictions can't do any of those things, the definition of this word used in this context is Negro. Juries are composed of Negroes. And that's it. No one else can serve on a jury except a Negro. And as far as I know, in government, do you have to be a U.S. citizen to serve in government? You must be a U.S. citizen or national, meaning a non-citizen national. So that, without getting into all that, because that's going to go way farther away from money and finance, but you have to be a Negro or a non-citizen national to work for the federal government. But there are some exceptions. In general, it pretty much should be illegal in terms of the specifics of the law and the terminology for white people to work for the government. It really is ultimately pretty much shouldn't be legal according to the way that we are currently structured. Obviously, the problem is nobody knows any of this information. Everything I'm showing you on this show, the problem is just nobody knows any of this. They think that the 14th Amendment, when it says all persons born or naturalized in the United States, because they never read what Mr. Miller says in the slaughterhouse cases, they think that word persons means anyone. He's very clear it does not have anything to do with anything outside of the legal classification of a Negro. So, that misunderstanding of the word persons, meaning Negro, is what has caused every single problem in our entire country since 1873. The CIA is because of that misunderstanding. The FBI is because of the misunderstanding. The huge fucked up government is because of that misunderstanding. Gold and silver coins disappearing in 1933. That's all because of this whole misunderstanding of the word persons in the first line of the 14th Amendment. Everything you hate, traffic police, only exists because of the misunderstanding, because police don't exist. Police only exist under the 14th Amendment. And they only exist to police 14th Amendment U.S. citizens, meaning Negroes. Police exist specifically to fuck with Negroes. I'm literally not even kidding. Legally, the police exist to fuck with Negroes. They literally legally exist for that purpose. Now, the sheriff's office, that's a completely different conversation. The sheriff's office is for free white persons. So the sheriff's office is for white people. The police is for the Negroes. Everything is divided by state citizenship or federal U.S. citizenship. State citizenship is for the white people, and federal U.S. citizenship, which is governed by the 14th Amendment, is for the Negroes. The problem is everybody is essentially classed now in 2025 as a Negro, except me and like a few other people. On paper, I'm one of the only white guys in the country. And that's the problem. So that's a whole different conversation that we kind of went into because we were on the financials, right? So in order for me to apply this financial information and get into UCC3 and press claims in UCC3, I can't do it as a white man. And a white man isn't the one on any of the credit cards. A white man is not on any of the bills. It's a sole proprietorship, which is a special kind of organization or company under the 14th Amendment. So it's in the same class as a Negro. I say it's Negro. Same class as a Negro. Negro and a corporation are in the same class. And they're given privileges and immunities that are delineated under the 14th Amendment. And people who are under the 14th Amendment don't have access to the Bill of Rights, which is the first 10 amendments. That's why you have to have a license to have a business. That's why you have to have a license to drive. If I got a driver's license, I'd be lying under penalty of perjury, telling the government I'm a Negro. I can't have a driver's license.
You're not for hire.
Well, that's a whole, I'm not a Negro. It's even farther than that. I can't have a driver's license for multiple reasons, but not being a Negro is one of the primary ones. And that doesn't mean black person. It means a black person of a particular blood lineage. And like we saw in one of the definitions, it says in some areas, it has been defined as someone with 12.5% African blood. So for all the people out there who did your stupid fucking blood lineage, whatever the fuck it was, where you spit in the thing and you send it into your whatever, one of those companies right now is going through a bankruptcy. I just saw a fucking press release that says that the bankruptcy judge just approved the fact that they can sell everyone's DNA information in order to salvage the bankruptcy. So if you do have 12.5% or more African blood now, and you've done those stupid ass fucking spit in the whatever and send it in and get your stupid family, whatever the fuck it is, you better call them and tell them to delete all your information fast before they sell it, because by the time they sell it, you are fucked. You are a Negro. If I was a Negro, nobody'd be fucking finding out, bro. Nobody'd be finding out. That'd be the biggest secret in the world. I'd be telling everybody I'm a white person. Not a fucking soul would find out about my blood lineage of being an African. Or I would leave the country, or I would go absolutely ballistic to get the shit that I'm talking about fixed, which is what I'm doing. I invite as many people who would like to help me fix this. It needs to get fixed. So,
it needs to get fixed. It needs to get fixed.
I invite people to come and fix it. If you want to fix it, help me fix it. If you don't want to fix it, I strongly, seriously recommend, if you are of 12.5% African blood, I would probably move out of the country. Not kidding. This country is established in a way where you can never, ever become part of We the People. It is a physical and legal impossibility for you to become part of We the People if you are 12.5% or above African blood. And in the definition, it says in some areas it's defined as 12.5. So you could fight that. You could go into court. You could do a research project and cull together all the different locations where they had that specific definition, and then just don't be located in those territories, be someplace else when you bring these kinds of claims. But it's going to be a very long uphill battle. The cool thing about bringing that battle is if someone brings that battle and it goes all the way to the Supreme Court and they do win, that's how real change can occur, and that's how the slaughterhouse cases can be overturned, right? So we do need someone to actually bring those claims and push those claims all the way to the top and get that completed. One of our Supreme Court justices, who I actually wrote to recently, his name is Clarence Thomas. And if you look online, he's talked about this. Quotes regarding the slaughterhouse cases. And he's a black man, and his grandfather was released by the 13th Amendment. He actually talks about it in a speech for the Library of Congress, slaughtering the 14th Amendment. Here it is. So the slaughterhouse cases is what started all this mess to begin with, right? And if you go online, you can find quotes supposedly said by the Justice Clarence Thomas as regards to how the slaughterhouse cases is bullshit and needs to get thrown out, right? And when I saw this, I wrote to Mr. Thomas, and I believe he signed for the parcel, I don't know, maybe a couple weeks ago or a week ago. So we'll see if he responds. But this whole article is about a lot of this information and stuff. I just don't think people should be reading articles, because the slaughterhouse cases is literally the most misunderstood thing on the planet. I mean, to read someone else's interpretation of it is just to court self-violence. What people really should be doing is just going to Google Scholar and clicking on the case law bubble and typing in slaughterhouse cases. There it is, 1872, 1873, and then just reading this very, very carefully. It's not the shortest thing in the world. It's not the longest thing in the world, and it's not really all that hard to read. It's not in some horrible legalese all the way through. It might be a few legal terms you'll need to look up in a dictionary or whatnot, but it's actually pretty easy to read, most of it. And you'll see he talks about it over and over and over that none of this has anything to do with state citizens, meaning white people. And somehow that just got totally lost in translation, and now everyone thinks that the 14th Amendment, all persons born or naturalized in the United States, includes white people, and it absolutely, positively has absolutely nothing to do with white people. So the idea that I was born as a U.S. citizen is so false. It's literally fraud. It's a felony. I was not born as a U.S. citizen, because a U.S. citizen would be a Negro. I'm not part of persons born or naturalized in the United States. It has nothing to do with me. 14th Amendment has nothing to do with me. U.S. citizenship has nothing to do with me. Tax code has nothing to do with me. The IRS has nothing to do with me. Again, that's why they created a sole proprietorship, which is a business under the 14th Amendment on the same class as Negro. Every time the IRS sends me a bill, it's in that name in all caps, which is a business under the 14th Amendment. Now that they can do. That's legal and that's constitutional. They can't put my name on that document. They can put the name of a business on there. That business just happens to have the same letters as my name. That's how it works. So that is the full breakdown. And if you're a white person and you were born in one of the 50 states of the Union, your credit card does not have your name on it. Your driver's license does not have your name on it. It's got your picture on it, and they assume that you're a Negro, regardless of your skin color. If you're really, really white, they just think that you have like revitiligo or some kind of skin issue or pigment issue. If passports are only issued to U.S. citizens and what's called non-citizen nationals of the United States. So when you realize that the whole country really it's more divided racially than it's ever been. You think segregation was bad back when they had different bathrooms and different water fountains and they had to sit in the back of the bus. It's 1,000 times worse now than it was then. And just nobody knows it. And that's the issue. So with that said, getting back into UCC Article 3, it's UCC Article 3 is on this U.S. citizen 14th Amendment side of the equation. Mostly. Most of the law and most of the association with it has to do with that, right? So you only have these two classifications. You have an unconditional promise to pay, and you have an unconditional order to pay, right? If you're holding the note or bill, and it's either blank, meaning it doesn't have a payee on it, or if your name is the payee, you become what's called the holder of the bill or note. So when you get a bill when you get a traffic ticket and it's got what you think is your name on it, you become the holder, right? Because you or a business that you own or control is the name on the traffic ticket. So as long as your name's on it, or if there's no name on it at all, and it just got like a license plate or something like that, that's also totally fine, because then it would be payable to the bearer at that point. It doesn't need to have a name on it. If there's no name on it, it's payable to whoever holds it. Basically, that's how this works. That's the holder specification, right? So once you become the holder, that's when all the fun begins. So getting handed a traffic ticket, by the time you're handed that traffic ticket, you become the god of that traffic ticket. You become the holder, right? When you become the holder, you can basically prepare that instrument for negotiation. Negotiation means, and I have the definition right here, means a transfer of possession, whether voluntary or involuntary, of an instrument by a person other than the issuer to a person who thereby becomes its holder. Now, the way that you negotiate or transfer or redeem, all kind of the same terminology, a unconditional order to pay or an unconditional promise to pay is through some sort of an endorsement. Endorsement is basically a type of signature. There's the blank endorsement, which does not state the payee and automatically makes the instrument payable to the bearer. So if you just sign it and send it in, it's cash. If you state the payee on the face of the instrument, it's more of a check than it is cash. If you write pay to the order of Brandon Joe Williams, it's not really cash anymore because only Brandon Joe Williams can become the holder. If somebody else got a hold of an instrument that was payable to Brandon Joe Williams and they attempted to cash or negotiate that instrument, they'd be in trouble for negotiable instrument fraud for negotiating an instrument illegally. Right?
Right.
So when you get that traffic ticket or that parking ticket or whatever, it basically comes either in your name, which is a special endorsement, or blank, which means it's cash. If it's blank, it's cash. And also keep in mind, if you receive an instrument like a parking ticket or a traffic ticket and it's got your name on it, and you sign it and you say pay to the order of bearer, you're converting that check into cash. No different than a Federal Reserve note. A Federal Reserve note is a blank endorsed instrument. We've already gone over who the parties are. We have a private, locally owned private corporation called Federal Reserve Bank, and the debtor is called United States, which is a person, as per the definition. That person, as we've already cleared, is located in the District of Columbia. And also you got to keep in mind, if you look at a Federal Reserve note, there are signatures, which are endorsements, on the Federal Reserve note. If you receive a Federal Reserve note, you can also endorse a Federal Reserve note. I could take a red pen and write in here, pay to the order of Brandon Joe Williams, sign it. And we already have, these are blank endorsed here. This is a blank endorsement, and this is a blank endorsement. They're releasing the instrument payable to the bearer without stating the payee. If they don't state the payee, it is a blank endorsement. It becomes cash. If I were to write pay to the order of and write your name in here and sign it, this wouldn't be cash anymore. It'd be a check. I'd be converting this cash into a check. And then if I gave it to you, who is the person, who is the person entitled to the payment on the check, and then you then wrote below that a blank endorsement, you'd convert it from a check back into cash again. If you take a check and it says pay to the order of, if you write the word bearer or blank, you can just leave it blank too. It'll still be cash. But if you want to be more specific, pay to the order of bearer $20, and then you write it in words, $20, and then under memo, you could write whatever you want. You can just put cash, and then you sign it here, and you don't put any additional information here, just a signature. This is not really a check necessarily. It's actually cash. Because you can then give that to Jane. Jane can give it to Bill. Bill can give it to Bob. And if it's paid to the order of bearer, anyone who holds the check is actually the holder and can negotiate the note and can actually cash in or transfer the value of this particular unconditional order to pay. But if it's paid to the order of bearer and you receive it, and you want to cash it, on the back, you endorse the instrument. And if you just do your signature, you're endorsing it with a blank endorsement also, but you're releasing it. But on the back of the check, you can put pay to the order of. You can put the same terminology on the back of the check, and you can further negotiate it. You could turn this check over, payable to the bearer, turn it over, write pay to the order of Brandon Joe Williams, sign it, and then now you can then transfer that check to me, and I'm the only one who can become the holder of the original check, which was originally blank endorsed, which was later transferred to a special endorsement. It was basically cash And then you converted it to a check and then gave it to me. And now on the back of that same cash, which was original, or it was cash, then it was a check, then it was cash, I can then do a blank endorsement underneath the special endorsement and convert it back into cash again. Without ever going to the bank at all whatsoever. This thing can float through the society for 10, 15 years as cash, converted to a check, converted to cash, converted to a check, converted to cash, converted to a check, until someone finally goes to some sort of a conversion process, either at a bank or whatever, and they can exchange this, whatever it is at that time. It's a negotiable instrument the whole time. They can go and they can get Federal Reserve notes for it. They can get some other kind of currency. Pretty much every currency in the world is all either an unconditional promise or order to pay. They're all negotiable instruments. The idea that this is any different than a Federal Reserve note, or that a parking ticket is any different than a Federal Reserve note, is just because people don't understand this information. That's the only reason, because it is. A parking ticket is fucking cash. It comes to you in check form.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
It comes to you in check form.
The Matrix.
If it's got your name on it, it's a fucking check. If it doesn't have your fucking name on it, it's fucking cash. If it's got your fucking name on it and it's a fucking check, you can sign it and convert it into cash by simply signing it and saying, pay to the order of bearer. Pay to the order of bearer. Sign. Boom, now it's cash. You just converted the traffic ticket, which was a check, into cash. You became the holder. You converted what they had on there as a special endorsement. You converted it into a blank endorsement. And then now it becomes cash. Now, a $20 parking ticket, which was originally a check to you for $20, when you make it payable to the bearer and sign it, you're now converting it into $20 in cash. You stick that in your wallet, it's literally a $20 bill. Now, if you grabbed someone else's parking ticket off of their car and it has their name on it, you can't convert that instrument. You have to become the goddamn holder before you can convert an instrument. It's got to have your name on it. If you happen to find somebody who has the exact same name as you, you could probably pull that off. But it has to have your name on it. If my name is Brandon Joe Williams and another guy's name is Brandon Sam Williams, and when they write the original parking ticket, it's just to Brandon Williams, you could probably pull that off. You could take his parking ticket, pay to the order of bearer, sign it as Brandon Williams. Don't put your middle name on it. Just, you say, oh, I thought it was to me. I didn't know. And then now you have cash. You saved him, because he doesn't understand any of this information. You saved him from having to pay something, which he doesn't need to do. And you just put cash in your pocket. And when you understand that everything is either an unconditional promise to pay or unconditional order to pay, and then you realize that everything is pretty much either a cash or a draft. I say check, but really draft is a better term, because again, a check by definition is governed under UCC Article 4. A check would have to have routing and account number on it. If there's no routing and account number on it, and then you say, well, Brandon, a traffic ticket doesn't have routing and account numbers on it. Well, you know what? A lot of these bills and traffic tickets, they have all these strings of numbers all over them that nobody seems to notice. If I was going into a court of law, I would say, look, I need to know what these strings of numbers are, because if any of them are routing or account numbers, this is a check. It's governed under UCC Article 3 and UCC Article 4. And I'm a little bit confused, because I don't know if I'm supposed to be operating just under UCC Article 3 or if I'm supposed to be operating under 3 and 4 during these proceedings, Your Honor. And that'd be a discovery question. Very important discovery question, right? So, by then they're going to dismiss the case so fucking fast. I mean, my God, they wouldn't even be able, they'd be breaking the fucking doors off the hinges trying to get out of there. You become everyone's worst nightmare, and you're not even I'm not even doing anything. I'm just asking some simple questions, and I become the fucking boogeyman, which is hilarious. You know, you get lonely. So you wind up suing everybody, that's my life now. I sue everybody. No one will talk to me. No one will sue me. I want them to sue me so I can get some fucking questions answered. No one will sue me, so I sue everybody else. And that's my life now. And I'm just trying to get answers, and I still can't get any answers. And I'm just going to keep suing people until I start getting answers. I don't care how long it takes. I don't care if I need to sue 1,000 people. That's fine with me. I mean, I'm just going to keep suing people until I get answers. And I'll just keep going up the scale, and I'm in appeals court in a bunch of different places, and then boom, we're going to go to the Supreme Court and just keep going. It's never going to end until I get answers to the questions that I have. So that's the life that I live, you know. But you don't need to live that life to understand all this. You don't need to live that life to convert everything into cash and checks. You just have to understand UCC Article 3. That's all you have to understand, right? And you know, what tipped me off to all this and what got me started on all this is when I started looking at, I had a bunch of my fans and stuff go out and get copies of their mortgages. And I was looking on the mortgage docs and I started seeing these fucking stamps everywhere. Without recourse, paid to the order of Rocket Mortgage LLC, FKA Quicken Loans LLC, by signature, name of the person who's signing, and then title of the person who's signing. And I kept seeing this over and over and over again. And on some docs, I saw it more than once. Pay to the order of Countrywide Home Loans, Inc., without recourse, Countrywide Document Custody Services, a division of Treasury Bank N.A. by doesn't look like that name matches this name. That's not good, but maybe it is. I don't know. I don't know what that almost looks like my name, Brandon or something, and then it says Lori Meter, Vice President. You know, that'd be a question in a lawsuit right there. Why is this name doesn't look like this name? We have some fraud here, sir. You know, that'd be a great discovery right there. Be banging on that one, right? This one here, another one, paid to the order of, without recourse, Countrywide Home Loans, Inc., by signature, David A. Spector, Managing Director. Okay. Started seeing more and more of these. Paid to the order of, PHH Mortgage Corporation, without recourse, Town and Country Bank. All right. Without recourse, pay to the order of Quicken Loans LLC by E.L. Erica Monique Hill, Capture Manager. Okay? And this is what set me off on all that. I said, what the hell is this? And this is what caused me to kind of go down this whole endorsement rabbit hole. And then when I found out that UCC Article 3 is where all the information on endorsements are, that's when I started reading UCC Article 3, and then bada bing, bada boom, everything kind of started to go together. It all started to make sense, right? So what they're doing is the original mortgage note is a motherfucking note. And they're converting the note, which is cash, because you didn't specify a payee on it. You handed them cash. An $855,000 promissory note is an $855,000 note that has the same value in law as if you had a $855,000 Federal Reserve note in your wallet. You hand that blank endorsed payable to the bearer instrument back to the financial institutions without specifying the payee on the instrument. And now what they're doing, all this is they're just converting that instrument into a check or a draft. If I want to be really, really specific. They're converting that instrument into essentially a draft, right? And now what do they do with the instrument? They go to what's called the Federal Reserve discount window, right? How does that work? It works 12 USC 412. Application for notes, collateral required, right? So any Federal Reserve bank may make application to the local Federal Reserve agent for such amount of the Federal Reserve notes herein before provided for as may require. See, they just go off on this whole, they make it look like it's Shakespeare when it's actually retard sphere, right? Such application shall be accompanied with a tender to the local Federal Reserve agent of collateral in amount equal to the sum of the Federal Reserve notes that's applied for. The collateral security thus offered shall be drafts, bills of exchange, or acceptances. See? So what are they saying? They're saying if you want Federal Reserve notes, give us some other type of note or bill or draft, write up an application and we'll swap them for you at the window at these rates. So they put this thing on there, they sign it, they go to the window with an application for notes. They say, attached is the original collateral, which is the mortgage promissory note. And they come back from the window after the discount rate with Federal Reserve notes. And then they turn around and they give you your own Federal Reserve notes that your signature created. And now you have to pay them back for 30 years when they never gave you a penny. In fact, you gave them cash. They converted that cash into a draft and then swapped that draft for Federal Reserve notes and then handed you back your own notes. You're actually the one who created the original fund. It's actually really just you loaning. I mean, it's not really anybody loaning anything. It's really just you creating a type of currency. And then you're going to the bank to get help to convert that currency to a different kind of currency. Really, all a bank's doing, the only service the bank is actually doing is helping you convert the original promissory note to Federal Reserve notes. That's all they're doing. They're really just a currency exchange. If you go to Italy and you do a currency exchange and you have, Hungarian currency in your pocket and you want to convert it to Italian currency and you pay a 3% or 5% fee, that's the same kind of fees you should be paying on this. Meaning the way it really should work is you should pay the bank a 2 or 3% conversion fee, converting your original unconditional promise to pay to Federal Reserve notes, and that should be the entire cost of the entire transaction. So a $100,000 home, you should be able to go in, sign the paperwork, pay a $5,000 fee, and then the house should be free and clear. The reason why it's even more interesting is because when you sign a promissory note, and it's like 3 or 4% interest over the course of 30 years, when you realize that your signature is actually what created the value in the document, you then realize that interest is actually payable to you. So then you can go farther and you can just tell the bank, hey, actually, you know what? I'm not going to pay a 5% fee. What I'm going to do is I'm going to let you guys have the interest that I should be getting, and that's going to become your fee. And then really the transaction should instantaneously zero itself out. They should be given the interest value of the note in exchange for doing the swap on the Federal Reserve discount window for you. And then you should be given all of the Federal Reserve notes free and clear to purchase your home. And essentially, that means your home is free. But what people don't realize is that all of this actually constitutes a payment. When you signed the original promissory note, you paid in full for the entire mortgage. The only part that's not fully hammered out is what's going to happen with the interest and how is the bank going to get paid their service fee for doing a currency exchange. Those are the only details that need to be talked about. Once those details are hashed out, then as long as the agreement can be made according to what I just described, the whole thing zeroes out and your home is free and clear, and you should be issued a clean title immediately straight out of escrow. And because nobody knows any of this, they go to the window, they come back with 1.2, 1.3 million because they get paid on all that interest too. They give you your $855,000. They put $400,000 in their pocket instantly and immediately. And then within 60 days, they sell the note to a friend or to some other bank. So within 60 days, they've made millions of dollars on your note. And then now, because you're an idiot and you don't know how to negotiate negotiable instruments, you have now enslaved yourself in a peonage situation, and you are now paying on something that was already instantaneously paid the moment you put ink on paper for the next 30 years. If you fail to make a payment here and there, they come, they repossess the property. The property was made as collateral on the original loan. It shouldn't have been. 12 USC 412 already says clearly The only collateral that's needed is the original note. So there was no need to add in the house as collateral on the loan. That's your fuck up. You should have never allowed that to happen. And then they take back the home because it was fraudulently collateralized as part of the loan when it should never have been part of the loan at all. And then now they turn around and they do the whole process again with somebody else. And that's the whole process. And then getting into crypto has nothing to do with really any of this. It's sort of like we have persons, we have people, and we have God knows what somewhere in the middle of people, like whatever. That's sort of like where crypto is. We have money, we have negotiable instruments, and then we have crypto. And nobody fucking... Like, for example, I have these gold backs, and they used to not say negotiable instrument on them, but now they say negotiable instrument on them. That's because they got sued, and they're fucking retarded. These are not negotiable instruments. What the fuck retard piece of shit decided these are negotiable instruments? Negotiable instrument is an unconditional promise or order to pay. Where is the promise or order? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my entire life. This because it has gold infused into it, right? It's a very complicated item. It's somewhere in the middle, but if you really looked at all the definitions and you really looked at everything with like a really keen eye, it's obviously more money than it is a negotiable instrument, right? Cryptos that are backed by gold and silver coins could also have a very strong argument in court that they are actually money. The problem with that is it's illegal in the main system. In the U.S. citizens aren't really allowed to use gold and silver coins. There was the Gold Abrogation Act in 1933. So if you go into court and you try to push that whole thing and you don't understand the U.S. citizen versus state citizen, the 14th Amendment thing, and you push any claim under the 14th Amendment, it's never going to fly because Negroes and stuff like that, they can't have gold and silver coins because of the Gold Abrogation Act. Only white people can have that stuff, right? So if you go into a court of law with a corporation, which is a 14th Amendment citizen, and you're trying to push around this kind of stuff, that's probably what these guys were dealing with, and they didn't know it because no one's going to tell them any of this. So the thing is, you start dealing with gold and silver or anything that represents gold and silver, you better not have some sort of corporation or anything under the 14th Amendment, brother. That's highly illegal. If you have a foreign trust, and the foreign trust is a person, and you get the foreign trust and EIN number, which allows the foreign trust to operate in the United States as a foreign entity, and then you sue under gold and silver under that entity, that would be a much better position to be in, because then you would tell the court right away, right in the first part where you're talking about the parties of the lawsuit, that the plaintiff, if you are the plaintiff in that case, is not a 14th Amendment citizen, nor operating under the 14th Amendment, nor has anything to do with the 14th Amendment at all whatsoever, never has since its inception and to today. And now you have a very, very unique conversation that is just no one's ever seen anyone do it. So now you have this really unique legal position to where you really have money and no one can stop you from using it. And now you're not going to lose a lawsuit and wind up having to put the term negotiable instrument on something that couldn't be a negotiable instrument if fucking all the money in the world tried to make it a negotiable instrument, just because you're an idiot and you lost a court case.
I can't thank you enough for kind of really mashing that into something so that it's so complex, and you really just made it really, really, really simplified to me. So I'll be able to take it here with my, I'll be able to guide my audience with this, and I really want people to understand the difference between that 14th Amendment EIN number and your private banking number, what it truly means to become legally your own employee of your own bank. You could be a
public and private. You can even say public means Negro, private means white person.
Okay.
which makes it even more complicated too, though, because there's people who aren't in either class. That's kind of a new realization for me too, because if they aren't a Negro and they aren't a free white person, then what are you? And that I haven't figured that out yet. So, it's possible those people might still be under the 14th Amendment. I don't know. I haven't gone down that rabbit hole too far. I don't even know where I would. It's not my top priority because it's just not a huge, massive portion of anything. And even if it was, if you're born in the United States in any of the 50 states of the Union, that wouldn't include the District of Columbia or the 5 inhabited U.S. territories, which are Guam, Puerto Rico, the Northern Mariana Islands, American Samoa, and Guam, Puerto Rico, American Samoa, Northern Mariana Islands, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Those are the 5 inhabited U.S. territories. If you're born in, I believe it's American Samoa or Guam, you would be a non-citizen national of the United States, which is that other classification we saw a couple times. If you're born, I believe, in Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands, Northern Mariana Islands, or the District of Columbia, that's complicated. Because if you're a white person born in those areas, you really wouldn't be a persons or a people. If you're born in one of the 50 states of the Union, if you have less than 12.5% African blood, you'd basically be a free white person. Essentially, you can see does not include Indians of Hindu descent or whatever. I don't really think something like that would even gain a lot of traction in a court of law. I don't even think the DOJ or the Department of State would even bring a claim that specific to the table. I suppose if you were one of those things that are part of the definition, specifically outlining people who are not a free white person, and somehow the DOJ or the Department of State was able to prove that and they decided they wanted to get real spicy. The problem is that bringing those kind of claims creates such an uproar in these days. And the liberals go so fucking berserk that, people sit around and they hate the liberals and all this. Hey, one of the best things about having liberals around is you aren't going to see the DOJ bringing these kind of claims because all hell's going to break loose. So it's the liberals have a really important use in this situation because you could say you're a free white person even though you are an Indian of Hindu, whatever the fuck I forget what it says. And what are they going to do? Are they going to bring that claim, into a courtroom? I doubt it. I really, really doubt it. So if you say you're a free white person and they never bring those claims, they never fight those claims in a court of law, the way the law works is you are a free white person, even if you're not, as per the definition. If you bring that claim and they don't counterclaim that claim with something, then in that court, you are that thing of which you claim you are, which is why courts are kind of crazy to a lot of people and kind of weird. And it took me forever to figure some of these things out, how the courts work. So if you say you're a free white person and a state citizen in accordance with the definition, and they don't know that you are an Indian descendant of Hindu descent or whatever, and then also the court case associated with the Indian thing of Hindu descent, you would look up that court case and you would see what they're saying in that case and what are the specifics as to why they said, let's say you are an Indian of Hindu descent or whatever the fuck it is, and you look in the court case and you find some other information they're talking about, and then you see some stuff that the judge is like, well, this is why we're doing this, and you see that it has nothing to do with the case that you're involved in. I wouldn't bring that up, but just have that in your back pocket. If the DOJ or the Department of State says, no, you're not a free white person because you are an Indian of Hindu descent because of this court case, you would already have that ready to go. Oh, no, in that court case, they were talking about this whole other thing. It's totally irrelevant to this case, blah, 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 blah. And then that would become the conversation. But like I said, I don't see a lot of government agencies, of which a very majority of these government agencies are liberal. So you also have to think, too, is that you start bringing these kind of claims into a court against a liberal combatant, They're the last people on the planet that are going to start calling you a Negro, calling you an Indian of Hindu descent, or saying that you're not a free white person or anything. They might say something irrelevant like, "Oh, that was back in the slave days," or try to like gaslight you or some stupid shit. But that's easy. That's just dumb shit. What I mean is they're not going to bring any real claims of any real weight, which would be racially is where the power is when it comes to these kinds of claims. To say that you are a free white person, thus you could not be a U.S. citizen, thus the 14th Amendment has nothing to do with you, thus the word persons has nothing to do with you, which it doesn't as a free white person. It's a very powerful position that they would have to handle and address those claims. So when you start to understand litigation and the rules of evidence and the rules of civil procedure, combined with all of this other information, it starts to kind of fill out into a really beautiful kind of whole systemic attack structure. I don't really need to defend myself. I've never been attacked because everyone knows it'd be the biggest waste of time on the planet. I mean, I'm even trained in PR warfare. So even if you tried to sue me, I would be the one who'd take it to a reporter faster than you would. So, even that is something that just, it's just never going to happen. The day that I get sued is going to be the greatest day of my life because it's just, I'll be writing to Channel 5 News, Channel 7 News, Channel 9 News. I'll be in front of cameras and reporters and everything else as fast as humanly possible. I will use the whole thing to my advantage. So, I have private trusts all over the world that some of them aren't even in the international corporate structure at all. I have my own nation. Some of my trusts are actually located legally inside of my own nation. I'm the king of that nation. I'm the only person who has the right to administer these trusts at all. So it's an extensive. When you get into that kind of a position, you get lonely. No one will play with you. So what do you wind up doing? You wind up suing everybody. And that's basically my life, essentially, at this point in time.
So instead of going to the bar for happy hour, you go to the local courthouse.
Yeah, basically, essentially, right? So, or
what's
both.
Yeah, I mean, well, actually, like you probably just go down to the courthouse, grab your papers, and then head over. And then, but do you really want to sit in that much bars? Let's be serious with the bars. Oh, maybe that's why they call them bars.
Yeah. So you don't have to get like crazy with this stuff if you don't want to. You don't have to start suing people if you don't want to. I guarantee you, if you start going down these paths and you start clearing up these words, you start understanding UCC3, you're going to start performing properly on all these instruments. And everyone's going to call you crazy or a sovereign citizen. It's going to get tiring. And then you're going to have to choose. Do you want to walk away from this and go back to being a retard, paying with Federal Reserve notes? Or do you want to litigate and get the law properly applied as the law is very clearly written? And that becomes the option that everyone will be faced with. And people go through this whole thing where they think they can send in letters and jerk people off and somehow magically not have to litigate. And I always say, have fun with that. Good luck, because I know they'll be back in 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 months, frustrated, lots of tears, smashing tables. And then I say, are you ready to litigate? And if the answer is no, then you need to walk away from the table. You need to walk away from this life. If the answer is yes, you step forward and you become, you evolve into the next level of this game. And that's it. There's only 2 choices as far as I'm concerned.
I think that's very well put, because there simply are only 2 choices with that. Once you open that door of knowledge, it's the same thing as my brothers and sisters who are here with crypto. You open that door and you're like, wait a second, something's so broken with fiat. But then once you start down this journey, you're like, oh, it's cool. Everything's a dumpster fire. Everything's broken. And like this, there are remedies and solutions and ways so that you don't have to live in a broken situation. Your glass house does not have to break. You can have your cake and eat it too, but you can't sit on both sides of the fence. right?
Yeah, and the reason why people get in trouble with crypto is because they're Negroes legally.
This
If
is
you're
why
a,
we went over this.
if you're a U.S. citizen, then they control what you can and can't use. They control everything about your existence. The entire United States Code is written to control your existence. If you are a free white person and you are a state citizen, not a U.S. citizen, you can crypto all day, all night, and do anything you want, and there's absolutely not a motherfucking thing anybody can do about it.
I
And
like
gold and silver coins, that's a big no-no for a U.S. citizen / Negro. That's a big no-no. The entire Gold Abrogation Act and Gold Abrogation Clause is still in Title 12. I think it's Section 5118 or something. It's still there. It's been there since 1933. It's still there. I think it's a felony for U.S. citizens to use gold and silver coins to transfer or purchase anything, right? So if you're classified as a U.S. citizen, meaning classified as a Negro, you can't do that. You would need to fix that first before you could even get involved with something like a gold or silver backed crypto, as far as I'm concerned. Otherwise, you're putting yourself at risk. So, if you have a gold or silver based crypto, you're looking more at like the definition of money legally. Any other kind of crypto, it wouldn't be a negotiable instrument because it's not an unconditional promise or order to pay. And it also wouldn't be money because it doesn't represent gold or silver directly. So then at that point, the question becomes, what is it? And I guarantee you, if you look in a lot of the court cases where they're talking about what is it, it's all a bunch of trash horse shit. And you wind up with a gold back saying the term negotiable instrument on it, which is literally just makes me want to fucking punch someone in the throat. Because it isn't. There's no way in all hell that you could twist your mind enough and fuck yourself in the head hard enough to think that a gold back is a negotiable instrument.
It's a lot. It's a lot to take. That really is a lot. It's a lot. And I know that's why I wanted to bring these guys through this, so that collectively we could put pen to paper, the power of the pen, so to speak, if that's something they're interested in doing.
An endorsement, the way you sign is infinite money. People go around, I need to make money. Every time you use your credit card, you're making money. So you say, I need to make some money. Go buy a coffee. You just made money.
You just signed it. You blank endorsed it. You just signed it.
It's an unconditional promise to pay. A Federal Reserve note is also an unconditional promise to pay. Yep. And if you want to go even a step farther, there's actually multiple notes associated with buying a coffee. And I will show you that. I just did a screen share. If we go to UCC 3-104J, and we're going to look at the definition of certificate of deposit. Certificate of deposit means an instrument containing an acknowledgement by a bank that a sum of money has been received by the bank and a promise by the bank to repay the sum of money. A certificate of deposit is a note of the bank. Guess what this is? It's a receipt. So you've manufactured an unconditional promise to pay, which is currency. It's called a promissory note. You've deposited that unconditional promise to pay on your account. They're giving you a certificate of your deposit, which in itself is also a promissory note of the bank promising you to pay you back the unconditional promise to pay that you manufactured and deposited with them. A certificate of deposit is a note of the bank. So there's actually two notes being produced every time you use your credit card.
They get a copy, you get a copy.
The receipt, no, it's not. Well, it's not really a copy. It's two totally separate notes.
I mean, like, I meant like a physical, like if I think about like in a physical situation, like you were talking about like the checks and stuff, like if they're
And what's funny is the receipt is a check or draft. The receipt actually would be a check. And if you sign it, payable to the bearer, you can convert that check into cash. So you get a receipt for buying I want to make money. This is what you do. You go down to the coffee spot, you insert your credit card. They say, do you want a receipt? Yes, please. I want a printed receipt. You get the printed receipt, UCCC 3-114. If an instrument contains contradictory terms, typewritten terms prevail over printed terms, handwritten terms prevail over both, and words prevail over numbers. Here's our big boy right here. Handwritten terms prevail over both. You take a pen, pay to the order of bearer by, sign it below that, Brandon Joe Williams, comma, whatever, endorser. You just converted their certificate of deposit, which is a note of the bank. It came in your name because they're promising you to pay you back based off your deposit. That's a special endorsement, so you have to convert that into a blank endorsement, and then it becomes cash. You can convert the receipt into cash and then stick it in your pocket, and you just printed up your own $3 or $4 or $5 note that you can now use and negotiate as the holder.
yes. I'm sorry. So if you're ever dissatisfied with your meal and you just don't want to make an embarrassing situation out of it, flip that bad boy over, endorse it properly, and it was like easy peasy, because I didn't do that a couple months ago. And then I was listening to a stream and I was like, man, what was I thinking? I'm just so I'm slowly creeping out of the matrix here. And sometimes they pull me back in and I just sign things out blank willy-nilly, but now I know better. Should I have done so and specially endorsed that with, specific directions, I would have had much easier recourse with that. So anyway, just a side note.
Yeah, and the problem everyone's going to have with all of this is that the banks don't understand any of this. The courts don't understand. Well, the courts, I wonder if the courts know and they just pretend not to. A lot of the bankers and stuff, definitely, I can tell they really don't have a clue. So it just depends. Really, what you're dealing with is you aren't dealing with anything more than just a massive worldwide ignorance of the situation. That's really all it is. And
Yeah.
you just have to know the law so well. They tell us, because they know a couple pieces of the law, and it's like way beyond anything we'll ever know. And they say, ignorance of the law is no excuse. Right? Well, okay, great. We're going to learn it way better than you, and we're going to do the same thing right back at you. And there ain't going to be a motherfucking thing you're going to be able to do about it. We are going to bulldoze them now 10 times worse than they've ever bulldozed us. And that's where this is going.
I have a little bit more feminine energy approach to that, but I'm right on board. Yes, I'm right there with you. With the energy of, listen, there's a way it can be done. Let's get to this. Less rah-rah from me.
That's all right. I'll be the ooga booga caveman. It's okay. I don't mind it.
Well, I mean, literally, biologically speaking, like that's what you're here for, right? Like,
Yeah.
if you want to go right back to science, right back to the roots of things. Like,
Well, I also really didn't want to get into all this, but then I decided finally I really needed to choose. I tried pushing this thing forward so many different ways, and none of it was really going very well. And I finally went through my own, tears and beaten down and bloody and broken bones. And it's like, well, shit, what do I do now? And then it was like, well, litigation or walk away. Really, it seems to be. So that's kind of why I started going that direction. And then I was like, well, shit, I really, to protect my own sanity and to protect my own emotional well-being, I better find some reasons why I can enjoy this very rapidly. Otherwise, it's just going to become painful forever. So I started reprogramming my mind, and there is a lot of really fun and interesting aspects to this that are really, really fun and exciting. And now I love it because you are looking through it. So a lot of it's been lost over the past 100 years, but if you look at the essence of everything that we're looking at in the law, it's a lot of philosophy and history. If you like philosophy and history, it's like philosophy and history, but like applied to like your everyday life. That's really what law is in its most basic element, right? Because it's like rule of evidence 301 in a civil case. I'm just going off memory. In a civil case, if you create a presumption and you push that presumption on somebody else, the person whom of which the presumption is being pushed on has the necessity to provide evidence to rebut the presumption. And you think to yourself, that's fucking insane. Why would they have that where anybody can just make up whatever horseshit, and then now the other person has to prove that it isn't true? Doesn't that go against the idea of innocent until proven guilty? Well, yes, it does. And that's why it only applies in a civil case. It doesn't apply in a criminal case. And when you start to understand this, it becomes very interesting very rapidly, because now you can do the same thing on them that they've been doing to you. And when you start to really understand these things with a critical eye, boy, you become a whole lot better at it than they are really, really fast. So, this whole idea of presumptions, and everybody hates this whole presumption game. Yeah, you hate the presumption game until you're winning all the time and beating the shit out of everybody using it, and then it's not so bad anymore. So, I haven't quite gotten to that level because I just kind of came to some of these discoveries recently. But, that's the direction these things are headed. And I'll tell you right now, by the time I start learning all this shit, I start learning how it works, I'm going to become better at it than anybody else.
I believe it.
So, it's just one of those things where, if it's just like anything else, if you want to become the best mechanic ever, or the best musician ever, or the best whatever, it's a technical skill that's no different than anything else. And this idea that you have to be licensed to practice law, nobody even knows that there is no definition to the term practicing law. You can find one definition in like 8 CFR 1.2 or something, and it's like, it's not what people think it is. It means making an appearance. So if you're not publicly appearing on behalf of a defendant or a plaintiff, it wouldn't even be classified as practicing law. So people are all scared about some shit they don't even fucking understand, which is typical. So, it's just not anything like people think it is, all of this.
It's not. It's not. It's you have the same ability to go into the court system or courthouse and present your case, write an affidavit, go through everything that you're paying for someone else to represent you to go through. The only thing you get on the other side of that is, well, there's a myriad of things that actually go down on the other side of that, but very simply is you're giving them the okay, because you're saying, like, I'm too dumb to speak. I am more comfortable with you speaking for me. Here it is. I'm going to pay you to speak for me. And that's, let's be serious, guys. Who do you trust more than somebody who knows your case better than you? You can't. You know your case in and out. The only thing that you may not be comfortable with is procedures. And some will give you leeway. Some of them will look at you and be like, it's not my problem that you don't know how this court works. Out you go, bounce. But if you don't roll yourself back up like a freaking armadillo, you're going to get swept away into the trash. Like, you're not even going to ever taste a tasty pickle. You're not ever going to see Vibraville back here, because like you're not going to make it. And my heart bleeds for everybody. Like, I'm a mom. I want people to come along with me. I'm like, come on, guys, let's go. Like, I don't even know how to explain this to you yet, but like, I just know that there's a way to do this, and absolutely unequivocally staying in honor to I'm losing the words, but inalienable rights is what I'm going towards. And I know that it's, inalienable, like, there's so many breakdowns of those things. The hardest thing is learning the legalese, but it's not even hard, because once you start going through these documents and you start reading these materials, the Constitution is a pretty easy read. It's written for us to be able to read it. It wasn't
It's written for
written
white people. Keep in mind.
Okay, thank you for that.
Tanny in Dred Scott literally says there's two parts of the Constitution specifically covering the fact that Negroes they have no right to touch or use that thing at all. It's got nothing to do with them.
And that's where the importance of your EIN numbers comes in. Or am I off on that?
No, you just need to understand what we're living in. We're living in a racist nightmare. That's what we're living in. And no one knows it. Not a fucking soul. Not a fucking single person knows that. It's a racist fucking nightmare. That's what this is. And it comes down to the definition of the word persons in relation to the second word of the first clause of the 14th Amendment. That is literally what happened to this country. The definition of the term persons in the first line of the 14th Amendment is literally the exact and single location, the exact and single moment that this whole country went to shit. It is the exact moment. The moment people started thinking that the first line of the 14th Amendment, the word persons, meant anyone who's not a Negro as well, that was it. Everything you hate about this country was born from that moment. If it wasn't for that, we wouldn't have Federal Reserve notes. We wouldn't have the CIA. We wouldn't have traffic police. We wouldn't have car registration. We wouldn't have driver's licenses. It's debatable if we'd even have passports. It's debatable. During times of war, they can sort of get away with it, but even passports are a bit... The idea that airports are federal zones, that's all under the 14th Amendment too. Everyone going into a federal zone, like a park or an airport, is assumed to be a Negro. So that's it. It's just a giant cotton plantation, I'm telling you.
This song rings a little different when you start hearing that. When you start really comprehending things, not understanding things. There's a difference.
Yeah, I just think that more people need to realize that there's two countries. There's the United States. Well, there's actually 51 countries, really. There's all the 50 states are independent countries. The District of Columbia is an independent country. The District of Columbia has possessions. The U.S. territories and insular possessions, which are things like Guam, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, right? The Guam, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands, American Samoa, these are not states. They're territories owned specifically and exclusively by the District of Columbia, right? California is a completely different country from United States. In 1873, when they made all of the released Negroes U.S. citizens, they became citizens of the District of Columbia. The District of Columbia it already was sort of like its own nation. At that time, it became its own nation with its own class of citizens. The quote-unquote Constitution of the District of Columbia is the 14th Amendment. And that's why when if you look up voter registration, the way that voter registration operates, you can see here, I can show it to you. California voter registration. Register to vote now. Look at the selections that you have when you register to vote. If you look up the word resident in a legal dictionary and you look up a bunch of different definitions, you will see as domicile and residence are usually in the same place, they are frequently used as if they have the same meaning, but they are not identical terms. For a person may have two places of residence, as in the city and the country, but only one domicile. Residence means living in a particular locality, but domicile means living in that locality with intent to make it a fixed and permanent home. Residence simply requires bodily presence as an inhabitant in a given place, while domicile requires bodily presence in that place and also an intention to make it one's domicile. A state citizen would have a domicile. A U.S. citizen would have a residence, or they would be a resident, not a citizen. A resident means non-citizen. So it's a U.S. citizen, which means your citizenship lies with the District of Columbia, but you are in a foreign country of which you are not a citizen of, which would make you a resident of California. You have to pledge your allegiance to the District of Columbia in order to vote. As you can see, every single one of these is a U.S. citizen. I've never been a Negro. None of these have anything to do with me. You can replace this, and you can replace the word U.S. citizen with Negro, and you can replace the word resident with foreigner. A Negro and foreigner of California. Bingo. Perfect. That's exactly what this is saying. A Negro and a member of the uniformed services or merchant marine on active duty outside my country. A Negro and an eligible spouse or dependent of a member of the uniformed services or merchant marine on active duty outside my country. A Negro and an activated National Guard member on state orders outside my country. A Negro being a foreigner somewhere outside the U.S. temporarily. A Negro being a foreigner outside the U.S. indefinitely. And a Negro and has never been a foreigner somewhere within the United States. That's what they're saying there.
Tell me. Yeah, if they would only word them like that, that'd be, things would be simplified. It would be much clearer out here.
Exactly. Now, keep in mind, Negro or U.S. citizen also includes the corporate fictions, corporations, states, or corporations, companies, trusts, estates, partnerships, associations, right? So the word person means Negro plus all that stuff. So if you really, really want to get legally accurate, you would read it as, if we went back to the whole voting thing, it would be a Negro corporation, trust, estate, partnership, association, or company that is a foreigner inside of California. Because you also got to think too, in Title 8, the word person includes organizations. So companies, corporations, trusts, estates, partnerships, all those things have nationalities because they are persons, right? So when you start to realize that, you realize that every single time you see the word U.S. citizen, they're referring to all these different things. But in terms of a natural person, in terms of a man or a woman, the only type of class that they could possibly be speaking about that would fall under the 14th Amendment would be a Negro. Which again is not black people in general. It's a very specific bloodline of a black person, of which in today's world probably doesn't even really exist. I personally think the legal definition of the word Negro, if you were to go down the rabbit hole of what would be considered like a endangered species, I would say the the legal term Negro is an endangered species, borderline gone.
Hmm. Hmm.
Like the percentage of actual Negroes in the country is probably very, 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 very. It gets lower every day. Every day that we're farther from the 13th and 14th Amendment, that number goes down. If you have a fourth generation black man who both of his parents, if you have a Moorish mother and an African father, you're reducing the African bloodline. And then the next bloodline, if you have a white woman, they become a mulatto. Bang, mulattoes aren't right away. You're not a Negro anymore. Right in the definition. So how many since 1873, how many generations have there been? And what is the mathematical statistical possibility that all of those generations and someone could still have 12.5% African blood at the end of it and never having a white woman involved in any of it, or a white man involved if it's a black woman, thus creating a mulatto? What is the percentage chance? And every single generation, that percentage goes down.
Okay, so then it totally explains why they were so nicely offering the service of collecting your DNA for just $23, whatever it was. Like, yeah.
23andMe or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
it relates, because the thing is that the people who they can go into court and prove. Now, again, the 12.5% African blood thing, it says in the definition, in some areas it's defined that way. So you would have to go into that case, find those various areas, and then just, see if those areas have changed or whatever. And if they haven't, then just fucking move to a different state or something, But again, it's my whole point of the conversation is to get pinned as a Negro is really, at the end of the day, the only way to get pinned as a Negro is to say you're a Negro. And everyone in the country is saying they are a Negro. That's what's happening. That's why they have to ask you if you're a U.S. citizen, and you say no, and nobody ever comes, nobody ever says anything, nobody ever questions anything, because they can't. There's no way you could prove that at all. So it becomes a yes or no question, and whatever you answer becomes whatever it is. That's the end of the story. And Trump thinks he's going to release this voter ID and he's going to check everyone for U.S. citizenship. It's never going to happen. And if it does, it's just one more layer of confusion on top of this fucking giant burning pile of dog shit. It's completely irrelevant. To prove that you are a United States citizen would require a DNA test to prove that you have more than 12.5% African blood. That would be your quote-unquote proof that you are a U.S. citizen. And as soon as you prove that, you're fucked.
Which is incredible for the ones beating down the doors to claim such a title.
Absolutely insane. Absolutely. If you called me all the horrible names and horrible things and all these horrible C words and all these horrible words, it doesn't do nothing to me as long as you don't call me a U.S. citizen. It's not because I hate black people. It's got nothing to do with that. It just, or Negroes specifically. But the thing is that it has to do with, this is, when you say I am a U.S. citizen, that's it. You just took all 10 amendments. You flushed the first 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights. You flushed them straight down the toilet, and you gave yourself the 14th Amendment, which is complete garbage. You said, I am not a people. I am a persons. When you say you're a U.S. citizen, that's what you are saying. I am a persons. Now the first line of the 14th Amendment applies to you. And who does Mr. Miller and the slaughterhouse cases say the 14th Amendment applies to only and exclusively, pretty much? The Negroes.
Not the people. I'm gonna you're blowing my mind with that one, with that, because that's the first time I've heard that. And so it's gonna take me a little bit to kind of digest that, I think.
Yeah, you are a state. If you're a white person, you're a state citizen.
When
you've never been a U.S. citizen, you've never had anything to do with the 14th Amendment. You aren't a persons. You never were. All of your rights and all of your claims in a court of law are going to be under the first 10 amendments to the Constitution, which is the Bill of Rights. If you use the 14th Amendment or anything under the 14th Amendment, you are, in that same moment, saying that you are a Negro or U.S. citizen, because only Negroes and U.S. citizens can use the 14th Amendment.
Yeah, my mind is just so blown with the physical reaction that I had to the word itself, of me even talking about it right now. I dance around those things. I don't want to offend anybody, because I really just see us all as freaking meat sacks. We're just different melanation levels. That is how I see.
Well, that's why if you really want to not offend people, stop calling people African Americans.
Yeah.
Use the word African, and you're insinuating 12.5% or higher African blood. There's a lot of black races. The Africans are the only ones that are fucked. The Moorish people, all these other cultures, all these other bloodlines that would never in a million years be classified as a Negro. It even says right in the definition, all colored people, Negroes are always colored people, but not all colored people are Negroes. Literally one of the definitions right out of the book. What that definition is referring to is there's a lot of black races that are not of African descent. When you say African American, you're saying persons. You're calling them a persons. We think that's friendly. We think that's kind. And we don't realize that we're essentially insinuating that they are a released slave of African descent. And we're insinuating they are a persons and not a people. I mean, I wonder if you'd have more standing as neither than you would as a persons. If I wasn't a free white man and I had to choose between being a persons or being just nothing, I'd almost say I'd rather be stateless or have nothing than be a persons, than be an African. Let's say a real dark-skinned Brazilian person. What is their bloodline? What is their certain Indian tribes have very dark skin. There were people who were here in America even before us that had dark skin, and they're out in the sun all the time, or who knows what, and they may look even darker than they really are. All Negroes are colored people, but not all colored people are Negroes.
So, escaping that matrix, learning, conditional acceptance, learning, whatever. There's so many areas to really sink your teeth into here. The best place I could think of was here with you, to have you lay it all out there like a huge goodie bag, so that people can pick through this and start sourcing the information. Look up the codes, look up the words. If there's something that triggered you or you didn't understand it, I encourage you to dive deeper into it. It was meant to hit you like that for a reason. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and I think personally, the U.S. citizen category is an extinct. I think the race of men and women that would fall into that category is so terribly, terribly low And the culture is so not interested in seeing anyone pushing those kinds of claims anywhere as it is anyways. It's basically an extinct race. It's like the dinosaurs. When I hear U.S. citizen, I think of literally like fucking dinosaurs.
Yeah, I laugh. It's not funny because it's true.
So, I mean, if you can think of it that way, then it makes it pretty simple. That's why they just ask you. You go get a driver's license. Are you a U.S. citizen? Yes or no? I went in and got a new driver's license for a while because I didn't feel comfortable turning mine in yet. I clicked no. Went to the next screen. It didn't change anything. There was no additional questions. There was no additional screens. There was no questions when I went up to the front counter to get the thing. The signature pad didn't change. Nothing. Absolutely nothing changed. Now, granted, I'm in California, which could very well seriously make a big difference. But I've seen a lot of reports all over the country where if you say no on that question, it doesn't change a motherfucking thing. Passports, we got tens of thousands of passports we've submitted. Everything where it says U.S. citizen, it's all no, all the way down the whole page, every single time. We've never, ever had any questions, issues, nothing. It's just a question. And the only way to prove yes is by you clicking yes or checkboxing yes. What makes a U.S. citizen? Saying yes. That is the definition of how does someone become a U.S. citizen, is just saying yes to the question, literally. Because the actual U.S. citizens, the real ones in real life, it's an extinct, unprovable race of human beings. You can't prove it. You can't do anything. You can't press those kind of claims in today's culture. Even if you could, you'd have to prove it. How in the hell are you going to prove that?
It's hard for an individual to wrap their mind around being also sunk into the same section with corporations too. That's a headbanger for some. So
yeah, so that class of persons that they're talking about in Dred Scott versus Sanford and the slaughterhouse cases, by 1886, it started to become very, very clear that subclass of persons, of which was enslaved for their own benefit, according to Taney in Dred Scott versus Sanford, is of the same subclass. So as Taney said, the white man had no reason to respect their rights at all whatsoever and treated them as common merchandise or traffic. That subclass of persons was the corporations and the estates and the trusts and all that kind of stuff was eventually pushed into that same subclass because those things are also property of merchandise or traffic.
Yeah. Soaking stuff in. I'm like filtering. Okay. That's good. Okay. I had a request for a question.
Yeah.
And they wanted to know what your thoughts are on the notice of rescission.
For what?
Yeah, they didn't specify. That would have been helpful, huh? Yeah. But okay. We were talking, the conversation was helping a client with debt verification.
Helping the client with debt verification.
We'll skip that one, maybe. We'll skip that one because that one's not very clear.
It need to be more specific. Notice of rescission of what in relation to what was already there. Like it's just way.
Yeah, like what?
Probably, it's probably way too annoying of a question to even answer because of the amount of time it would take to figure out what they're even asking would just be too long.
Well, I mean, now that I read that, I just wrote them down really quick, so I apologize for throwing that one out there.
That's all right.
Terrible. Yeah. Okay. So child support. What do you like? Are you? I know
they need to watch. They need to watch the documentary Divorce Corp.
Thank you. That was what I was looking for. Was a resource.
And in the documentary, they're going to learn that family court is literally just a fucking business. It's not even like a real court, literally. Like, people argue and say that even the real courts aren't real courts. I get it. Trust me. Family court is like literally not even real within the fake of what could be real. Literally, I'm not even kidding. It's like, and like the attorneys work with the judges like behind, it's like absolutely fucked. Like if I was in a family court and I watched divorce court, I would go straight to a superior court or a federal court and I would sue every motherfucker in the entire family court, the judge, the bailiff, the prosecutor, everybody, and I'd pull the whole thing into a real court. That's what I would do.
Well, there you have it. There's an excellent resource to start with.
Family courts will kill you because they're completely psychotic and they're like not even real within the world of things that aren't even real to begin with. It's like an abstract of an illusion. If real courts, quote unquote, are the real courts of an illusion, family courts are an abstract of an illusion.
I've been in a situation where they took a stream that I was on and in chambers used it to show everybody, and only like snippets of it too. So like when you start realizing and watching things unfold and you start learning a little bit more, you really will get comfortable understanding or comprehending what Brandon's saying there. It's like there's really not much to be scared of unless you don't know what you know. So that's why you got to put your head in the books.
Yeah, in family court you can't do anything because it's all just a bunch of like fluidy shadow fuckers. And if you drag everything into a real court, at least then you can play by the rules and play the game and have a chance to get something done. But in family court, you can't. It's not real. You're under the illusion that you're inside of a game that's real, that has real rules and real boundaries when it doesn't. It's just fake. It's just a fake court.
Yeah.
And Divorce Corp, the documentary Divorce Corp, will walk you through how and why that is in great detail.
Thank you for sharing that resource. I know there's been a couple things floating around about in my circle in the last few days, so I thought I'd ask the best source I know.
Yeah, you're involving yourself in family court in any way, shape, or form is a complete and utter waste of time. In fact, it is literally like self-induced psychosis. It will destroy you emotionally, spiritually, and physically. Every single moment that you spend trying to deal with it, you need to get out of it, and you need to pull the whole thing and every single person involved in it into some sort of superior or district court as quickly and as rapidly as possible. And you need to completely get out of and abandon anything involving or having to do with family court at all whatsoever.
Right on. Okay. So my next, if I have you for just a few more minutes.
Sure.
Or do you have time? I mean, it's been 3 hours, but I feel like I could roll. So whenever you're tired, you tell me.
It's all good. Let's keep going.
We'll lay down the line. Okay. So this individual has sent out 3 of their notices for the debt verification process. So 30 days, 21 days, they laid down the 10 days, and they've gotten all the evidence they need to collect to move forward. So what's the next step after the 3 notices? You've got all of your evidence and you're ready. Are we ready to step foot into
Yeah, that's all going to be, now you're going to build your complaint. You're ready to build your complaint and file your complaint. And then once you file it, the court will stamp it. And then once the court stamps it, then you need to get it served. You have to use a process server. You can use a friend or something. It's just the server can't be a party to the suit, meaning if there's 3 defendants and 1 plaintiff, the person who serves the docs can't be any of those people.
Right.
So if you have absolutely no money and you're completely fucked, have a friend of yours serve it, and then your friend is going to write the affidavit of service of process. And then there's a little form you're going to fill out. You're going to attach that affidavit that proves that this particular person served the documents to this person on this date and whatever. Be a little bit of information there. And then once you file that into the case, then, well, the clock for them to respond to the complaint starts the moment that they're served. I believe it's the next day the clock officially starts. So if you file in the notice of service of process 7 days after that, that's okay. The clock starts typically the next day after they're served, regardless of when you file in the notice of service of process. But, you want to get that notice of service of process into the court, fairly rapidly. You don't want to just let that thing hang. You wouldn't want them to necessarily file in a response before you file in proof of service. Once the proof of service is in, if they don't respond in 21 days or 30 days or whatever it is in that jurisdiction, then at that point you can file in for a motion for default judgment. If they do respond, then now the game begins. They're either going to file in a motion to dismiss, which in federal court is called a 12B6, and it's called a motion to dismiss for failure to state a claim of which relief can be granted, which in English just means they didn't procedurally structure this thing that well. Or it means in English something different. Could be like, there's no way for them to, they haven't really stated a legal claim in a legal way and they haven't really stated legally what they want as relief, blah, blah, blah. Like that kind of is basically what a motion to dismiss is, right? Or the other option they have is to answer the complaint. So at that point, they would send an answer and they would either deny, affirm, or say, I don't know, to each of the independent numbered points of your complaint. Another thing they could do is they can do a motion to strike, which motion to strike means that they're basically saying okay to the whole complaint as a whole, minus some points, some specific points. So maybe there's 3 points in there that they want to strike, but they're okay with the rest of it. At that point, it would be a motion to strike those few items and then leave the rest of the complaint intact. And the other thing they could do is they can request additional information regarding the parties, regarding the situation, regarding the various points of the complaint, etc. So at that point, they're going to do one of those things, and then you're going to respond to that. And then by the time you guys get through that part of it, which is called the flurry of motions, at that point, you're pretty much into an actual case at that point. You're pretty much rolling with an actual case at that point. That's pretty much, at that point, the ship has left the dock at that point.
Toot toot. Off it goes. That's right. Okay. Yeah. This is why it's encouraged to really do your own due diligence do your research. Everybody says that across the board with crypto. It's just like standard procedure. If you're going into these situations, do you really want to turn around me? You can't. You literally cannot. Well, I guess you could do whatever you want to. You're a god being. But it's not like it's cool to be like, wait, what was that again? I can't remember what I was supposed to say here. That's not going to work well for you.
You're going to feel a lot more relaxed in civil court when you realize that everything is an unconditional promise or order to pay. Because everything's cash. I mean, a court could write an order for sanctions, a Rule 11 order for sanctions on me, which is like a disciplinary, for $480 trillion. And I would literally wipe my ass with it. Everything's in private trust. I'm not a U.S. citizen. I'm a state citizen. I'm a white man. You couldn't get $1 out of me if you had every single attorney in all of New York City and you were paying all of them $5,000 an hour and they had 20 fucking years to get it done. Plus, the order for sanctions is an unconditional order to pay. The goddamn order is a fucking negotiable instrument. So what do? You become the holder. It's payable to you. You become the holder. You sign it payable to the bearer. You convert it into cash, and you submit it back into the docket, and you submit it back to the court. You just paid $480 trillion. So in a civil situation, when you understand negotiable instruments, you are literally full-blown Mario with a star. Dun, 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 dun. Everything you touch dies, and nothing can kill you.
Yeah. It's a really good feeling to even just, when I started, I mean, I found you about a year and a half ago, I would say, and just starting to listen to the things and then starting to apply these teaching, like not just like teach like everything, just applying it period is so very, very empowering, I will say.
Oh God, it's money. You know, what's the number one complaint of everybody? It's either sex or money.
Yeah, this is true.
That's pretty much the issue with everybody. If you took those two issues out of the human race, that's 90% of every issue anybody's got.
Sleep.
Maybe, yeah, but I mean, if you had a lot of sex and money, you'd probably sleep pretty well. So you know, it's you know, sleep, yeah, fine, but you're worried about what? What are you worried about? You're laying in bed at night because you're worried about what? If you had infinite money and everything was cash and people were trying to hand you fucking cash all day long, all the time, and there was police officers trying to hand you cash all the time, every day, all the time, everybody's just fucking freaking out trying to hand you as much cash as humanly possible, you'd probably, your sleep issues, there's a good chance that it probably wouldn't be as bad. You know what I mean?
That's right.
I'm not saying everything falls under sex and money. I'm just saying if sex and money was 85% of the issues, the whole culture would go through such a huge shift. Everybody would be happier, everything else. So you got to think too, like the 15% remaining, everyone's happier. You go to the store, 7-Eleven, hey, Jim, good to see you. Everyone's fucking happy. What the fuck? Everyone's so happy. Everything's so much better emotionally that, you know, you maybe sex and money wasn't your thing, but it was for so many other people that it uplifts the whole culture. And now you go out and everyone's so much fucking kinder and easier to work with and nicer, and no one's trying to fuck you over because everyone's trying to fucking hand them cash all day long and they don't need your fucking cash because everyone else is trying to fucking hand them cash. And the fucking judge is trying to sanction them, which just means they're trying to give them cash. And it's just like, then all of a sudden, like the world is so much friendlier and nicer and easier to be in. And now all of a sudden, yeah, sex and money wasn't your thing, but the whole goddamn world is so much nicer to live in that you come home at the end of the day and you're just like feeling better. And you're just like, damn, I don't even know why. Well, it's because everyone's so much fucking nicer and easier to work with. So then you have the second layer of if sex and money wasn't part of it and everyone was happier because sex and money wasn't so bad, then now everyone's happier on. So now the 15% that weren't sex and money have this huge change in their life because the society has changed so much, which now addresses another 5 or 10% of the 15% that they didn't have from sex and money. And now what's left? As far as I'm concerned, it's self-esteem issues. You know, that's another whatever's left. And then after that, you have your 1% or 2% of people who actually have real fucking issues that are medical or whatever. In my opinion, and that's simplified, and I'm not trying to offend anyone by saying that. I just think if you have good self-esteem and it's not sex or money and the society wasn't so fucked up, I think a lot of this stuff, and you know, you look at graphs of medical issues and sleep issues and anxiety, it's up since the 50s, 60s, 70s. You know, so I think if we didn't have any of that, and you had all this cash, and you're getting fucked real good, and you had some self-esteem, that the chances of sleep and stuff and a lot of these issues, there's not a whole lot of. It's like a virus that has nothing to eat, and it can't survive in such a great atmosphere, you know. At that point, I think a lot of these things, you know, I think people would literally just forget they even fucking had these issues. It could even be like that too, where they just like sleep well for a week and then they wake up and holy fuck, I didn't even think about it. The past 7 days have been, what the fuck happened, right? Like it's possible you have that too, where they forgot they even had this fucking issue completely. And they never even recognized that they got rid of it. You've also got that classification too. So, you know, I think this whole everything is medical and everyone's talking about this and that and medical and all this other shit. It's like look at photos of people on the beach in 1962. Everyone looks like a fucking Sports Illustrated model.
Not so much today.
I go back to Indiana where I'm from, and I forget: am I on a cattle farm or is this human beings? Am I in a Walmart or am I on a cattle farm? You know what I mean?
People need to love themselves, us, like, and like they
It's
need
the
to love.
food. It's a lot of these things, but ultimately it comes down to self-esteem. Because if we had self-esteem, we wouldn't put up with the shit that's going on with our food systems. We'd be pissed. We aren't.
You know, there's a lot of weenies out there, but that's what we're here for. We're here to, like, de-weenify the
Yeah.
world a little bit. De-weenify. Remind you guys out there that your pen, I choose blue for obvious reasons. Well, maybe not obvious, but I choose blue for reasons. Anyway, your pen has a lot of power, which means,
Yeah.
like, you, the meat sack, you have a lot of power too.
Yeah.
So, thank you so much for coming on here today.
You're welcome.
I could selfishly keep you for hours, so I think 3 and 10 is probably a good spot to wrap up.
Good.
Not that I want to. Will you please, please, please come back? I'm begging you.
Sure.
Like,
Sure. Why not?
So I didn't have to get on my knees to beg. All right, guys, let's go.
Oh, who knows? It isn't done yet. Who knows?
I'm looking forward to part 2. That'll be so much fun. Brandon, you are not only a beautiful soul, you're a pistol, a pickletarian, the king.
Thank you.
King.
Yeah.
Oh, bless you, sir. All right. Where can they find you? All on Twitter will be posted down below. I'm not going to make you painfully go through all of your socials where to find you. If you can't find out how to find him, then you don't deserve. Well, okay, that sounded a little harsh, but I strongly encourage you to don't be a weenie, get a backbone.
Nowadays, if you can't find me, it's pretty awful. I don't even know how you feed yourself. It's just, I've been on like 170 shows or something, and just everything. I get like 80,000 people to my 3 websites per month. It's a pretty big operation now.
From where your first website started to where you are today, and watching this like flip over months is like, damn. I know that you don't sleep.
I sleep very well. I sleep 8 hours every day.
Yeah, I'm only
sleep very well.
Like, what I meant is, like, you have the energy of somebody who sleeps so well that it seems as though it's effortless for you.
Yeah, I enjoy it. I think that's really all it is. You have to find a reason to enjoy things. When I first started doing litigation, I found it very unenjoyable. And then I slowly started to find things that I found enjoyable. And then probably about a year into it is when I started to find it terribly enjoyable. But it was all just part of the process of understanding it and getting better. I mean, getting your ass beat constantly is not typically the most enjoyable thing. And that's what is going to occur. No different than going into a UFC fight. Joey Kimbrough, my right-hand man, he got a bunch of wins right out the gate. And me, I've had nothing but just absolutely just losing teeth constantly. But I decided I was going to play the game on the hardest difficulty from the very beginning. I was going to sue banks and governments for hundreds of millions of dollars right out the gate. Which, if I could go back and change that, I wouldn't, because I'm okay with losing. But if someone felt very overwhelmed by that and they felt very beaten down by losing miserably over and over again for an entire year, they could choose a smaller amount with a different kind of target, and they could probably get some easy wins under their belt. I as long as I'm learning every single day, I feel like I'm winning every single day. So it also comes down to your own personal definitions. I don't think of winning as winning a lawsuit. I think of winning as I learn a new tactic. I understand something. They file something in. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I'm talking to Joey about it. Oh, that's why they did this. Okay. Oh, that's why the judge did this. Oh, okay. How do you file an appeal? I need this. I need that. Just filing in the appeal. And then they, oh yeah, okay, good, thank you. And they open up the appeals case and they send me the briefing schedule, and it just everything, filing in a motion to dismiss, filing in a response to a motion to dismiss. It's like, wow, I just went on Pacer and filed in a response in opposition to a motion to dismiss. Holy fuck. There's like not that many people in the world that can do that. Just that alone is like special. So have I gotten my ass beat terribly, horribly every single time? Yes, definitely. But am I moving and inching ever so slowly towards the big victory? And am I enjoying learning? And am I growing massively in the process, reading all these old cases and seeing the philosophy of America and seeing the history of America and learning more about the justices? We haven't had that many Supreme Court justices. They usually have a lifetime of seating. So it's like these are lifetime people. We've only had, I mean, I don't know how many we've had in the entire history of the whole country. It's not that many people. You start learning about our like Kavanaugh and all the bullshit he went through with all the liberals. And we have Clarence Thomas. He's gone through absolute hell. He even talks about it in his speech at the Library of Congress, which is a fantastic speech, by the way. Everyone should listen to it. He's a phenomenal speaker. I really hope he responds to my letter. He talks about the worst part about the job of a Supreme Court justice is the public and being publicly attacked and the public pressure and the awful emotional decimation, which you start going down those rabbit holes and you start finding out things like George Soros has entire nonprofits where all they do is pay people to go out and create all this fucking noise and upset and make these people's lives a living fucking hell. Kavanaugh went through it. People saw that during COVID. Kavanaugh crying, grown man crying because the whole world is fucking caving in on him over all this fucking dumb bullshit that had nothing to do with anything. Just noise. So, learning about that and learning about, our culture and the changes of our culture. And then obviously the biggest change in our culture was the Dred Scott case, Dred Scott versus Sanford and the slaughterhouse cases. And I've become basically a master at those cases, even though I'm still reading them over and over and over again, trying to understand them better. But, I would consider myself a specialist in Dred Scott versus Sanford and the slaughterhouse cases. Because if you compare me to anybody else in the world talking about these cases, I do know more about these cases than anybody else. And the reason why I know more about these cases than anybody else is because I think it's the most important cases that have ever happened in the entire, literally everything, all roads point to Mr. Miller in the slaughterhouse cases. Everything leads there. And when you go on, it's super creepy. You go on anything, you go online, you go on these, and there's all this weird stuff. You go on AI, you start talking about the slaughterhouse cases, it'll say things like, oh, it's a dead letter. And, because of so many changes in the culture, it doesn't really apply anymore. And they'll go on this whole gaslighting fucking horse shit. Nothing has ever qualified, overturned, or modified what's in the 1873 slaughterhouse cases with Mr. Miller, 1 nanometer. Oh. 1 billionth of a millimeter has not budged since April 14th, 1873. The slaughterhouse cases is just as real and just as alive and just as active. And it's active right now as we're talking and having this fucking conversation just as much as it was on April 14th, 1873. And anything you read otherwise on the internet is complete bullshit. And it's an attempt to deflect your attention away from the most important court case that has ever occurred. That is the difference between life as a slave and life as a free white person in America.
Beautifully said. The resource is all right there. He started dancing over the top of them. It's up to you to dig a little bit deeper. Get those paddles out, people. Let's go.
And for a normal person with a normal reading comprehension to read the slaughterhouse cases, maybe a couple hours. It's not going to be this grueling, horrible, awful, terrible thing. If you have a very low comprehension of reading, you should take your time and clear up a lot of the words, just normal ass words in a dictionary. Be very, very careful. Go very, very slow. It's very, very important. Read it over and over and over. And then you can read Dred Scott versus Sanford too. I don't think the slaughterhouse cases is absolutely, positively, you have to read it, and you have to read it many times. Dred Scott versus Sanford is interesting because it's like what they're trying to handle in the slaughterhouse cases. But in terms of like overall application and in terms of like what impact it has on your life, the slaughterhouse cases is the only case that has an impact on your life. Dred Scott is like, if you want background information to understand slaughterhouse better, you would read Dred Scott, right? But slaughterhouse, that's everything is slaughterhouse. Everything is slaughterhouse. Slaughterhouse is everything. All roads, the California Vehicle Code, take it all the way back, slaughterhouse. The criminal codes, take it all the way back, slaughterhouse. You take anything except the Bill of Rights and stuff that was here before 1873. That's totally separate. That's for state citizens, free white person, right? Everything, you start looking at like, when was the California Vehicle Code? The original version was from, I think, 1915. Where did that come from? And the Federal Reserve, 1913. Where did that come from? How did that happen? How was it 1873? We didn't have a whole lot going on before 1873. And now all of a sudden after 1873, it was this and then that and then Social Security and then the Emergency Banking Act and then this and that and the creation of this and the California Vehicle Code and the police and municipal businesses and City of Glendale and now it's this like gigantic fucking overbloated beast. Where did that all start? It started with the slaughterhouse cases. It all runs back to the slaughterhouse cases. And the reason why the country is the way it is because people do not understand the definition of the word persons, especially in relation to the first clause of the 14th Amendment, of which Samuel Freeman Miller in the slaughterhouse cases is crystal clear regarding. Your life is a nightmare because you don't understand the definition of the word persons in the first clause of the 14th Amendment. And the person, who would be a people, who's going to help you, the only guy who can give you understanding of what that whole thing that's destroyed this country means is Samuel Freeman Miller in the slaughterhouse cases.
All right, just some light reading, and I love it. I'm going to put that to task. I actually have a list of things that they should be aware of before they send out first notices. They should be aware of before they send out any of these things. Do some homework, do some research so that you have a foundation, a basis to stand on. And that's not so that when people come at you sideways with this information, because I'm sure that you get people all the time are like, you're insane. Like literally, I was trying to explain the difference between a blank endorsement and a special endorsement. But anyway, I was trying to explain the difference on it just at a very basic level. And I was almost in tears. They were like, no, you're wrong. That's not how it is. And I was like, oh my God, no. So, like having that foundation underneath you makes it easier to be like, this is why I'm saying this. This is where it's coming from. This isn't black and white.
Well, the first question they have to understand is what is money and what is in their wallet and what is a negotiable instrument. If you can't get them that far, there's no point to go any farther than that. That's the end of the discussion.
Yeah, I could not get past the negotiable instrument part. I was like,
money in its most basic element, money is silver coins that are 371.25 grains of fine silver, which is 0.999 or above. How many people are going to tell you that? Nobody.
Nobody.
There's no banker on the planet that's going to tell you that. Negotiable instruments, UCCC 3-102. This article is regarding negotiable instruments and does not have anything to do with money. Does not have anything to do with silver coins that are 371.25 grains of 0.99 or above fine silver. Great. So what's left? Negotiable instrument. Great. What's that? It's only two things. They're pretty much very similar too. There's not a whole lot of difference between the two. There's a little bit of different functionality. When you issue, the first issue of a note has a couple special rules that we didn't cover. And a draft has a few rules, and a draft can be converted into a check, which means that now it's under UCC Article 3 and Article 4. So that can change things a little bit. But overall, they're really very similar things. And in fact, you might have even seen that little box that I have in between the two where it says, one of the rules is if you have something and it's sort of like a draft and a note at the same time, or it could kind of swing either way, the holder can do either one. You can go either way. If it's kind of in the middle somewhere, you can literally, as the holder, you can just go either way, whatever you want to do. It's part of the rules. So are these two things even that different? Not really. And then what are the two things? You have an unconditional promise and you have an unconditional order to pay. And that's it. That's the whole conversation. And if you can't get them that far, going into endorsements, that's way too much. Way too much. Way too much. If you can't get to the first yard line, why would you try to talk about the 35-yard line? Do you know what I mean?
As I'm throwing Hail Marys here, I'm like, something's got to stick. Like, somebody's got to be in the end zone. I've got balls to throw.
No, you got to take them from the first yard line up, and if you can't get them there, you tell them to go fuck themselves. That's how you do it. Otherwise, you're going to go crazy.
I'm new to this. I'm learning. I'll like ease off the gas a little bit, but the excitement really with the information that is so downloadable to me.
Yeah, you have to find, it's a big issue. It's something that I'm definitely been thinking about for a long time. I do have some things that I'm kind of looking at and some things that I'm kind of wondering. We definitely have a community issue. I mean, part of the problem with the community issue is that we're creating a whole new race of human beings. 2 years ago when I was talking about this shit, there wasn't even anybody for me to fucking introduce you to. It was really just me and a few other people, right? And then obviously that's changed, and COVID changed a lot of that too, right? I started this in the middle of, it depends on where you are. In California, it was kind of still going. COVID, right? So the thing is that the community is really the issue, because the amount of relationships and marriages that are completely fucking destroyed by this information. I could run a massive graveyard company, and I'd be so rich if I just sold graveyard plots to relationships and marriages. Now, as far as I'm concerned, if this information destroys your fucking marriage or your relationship, I'm doing you a fucking favor. That shit should have died a long time ago. And the other thing is that people change. You love that person, they loved you 2 years ago, and then you know what? Shit happens and things change. Sorry. If it didn't, what's the point of being alive? So as far as I'm concerned, I'm doing people a fucking huge favor. Plus, a lot of the people I've talked to that are in that condition, they argue and fight, and it's a normal thing, and it's been a normal thing for a long time. Well, that's not a fucking marriage. That's not a fucking relationship. Where I'm from in Indiana, you hate each other until the day you die, but the Lord says you don't get a divorce. And I'm sorry, fuck that. We weren't put on this planet to be slaves to some bullshit. I'm not anti-Christian. I think that's actually a misunderstanding. Coming from a guy who literally the whole fucking country is destroyed because of a misunderstanding of one fucking word and one fucking clause of one fucking amendment by a guy who's literally clearly said it's not anything like what people think it is and just no one fucking reads it. The idea that, Christian literature or whatever was severely fucking misunderstood, or something happened and people started thinking that, you can never get a divorce or whatever. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know what it is, but it's bullshit. We weren't put here. Christ doesn't want you to be a prisoner to your fucking wife or your husband. That's not why we were put here. It's just bullshit. It's got to be bullshit. Someone has a misunderstanding. It's this martyr fucking mentality of let me slit my fucking wrists for something better for the kids or for whatever bullshit reason. It's bullshit. If you're in a marriage or a relationship and you don't like it and you're unhappy and you're in it for financial or economic reasons, or you're in it because you have low self-esteem and you don't think you can get anybody else, or for a lot of guys, it's a steady source of sex and you're not going to get sex from anybody else because you think you're a fucking dumb piece of shit. Don't band-aid all of that by staying in the relationship. Instead, learn how to make money, learn how to economically support yourself, and love yourself enough to get the fuck out of a shitty, toxic relationship. And if I can help you by burning your fucking boat to the ground, by giving you information so intense that it causes your relationship to like literally there's nothing you can do but watch the boat explode and to watch the raining fucking pieces of burning wood hitting the top of the ocean. That's exactly what I'm going to do. And I'm going to be laughing and enjoying a Mike's Hard Lemonade and a fucking cigar and a folding lawn chair while I watch you and laugh. Because that's exactly what needs to happen.
Yes, yes, yes. I would have put it just a little bit differently in the way females might have put it.
You would have added a little rose to it, right?
I mean, that's right. I would have left all of that just a little touch. Get a little touch. But it's so true. Everyone out there, life is so short, and don't let an amendable and a notable piece of paper drag you down. If that's like what's stopping you with all of that. But if you're doing it for the kids, then do it for the kids. Because if you're staying in a marriage, a toxic marriage, then you're not helping. Like, this is a whole different story. We could go a million ways sideways. That's why I'm so excited to have you on, because I know that you're just such a wealth of like knowledge on this one. Like your book, poof, on that one. If you're in a relationship and you want to keep that relationship alive and you want to be able to grow into the porch situation where you're both sitting there and you're actually happy and you love each other so much, you got to read Brandon's book. Because for me, that was a huge eye opener for me years ago.
Love is a battery?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Very cool.
You have to plug in, period. But because like I'm totally just going to cheese off of that line. But love is a battery that you have to. I'm going to tell you. Like, I am going to tell you what you have to do. If you're in a relationship and things are bumpy and you're just frustrated, you have two options. You can recognize that they have a different level of fear than you do. And are you willing to stay on that plane of fear and level and vibrate in that fear? Or is it just a matter of clearing the air and helping them to understand the level where you are, what you're doing? And, you got to be able to hear those things clearly from your partner. And it starts with listening, too.
Yeah, I mean, I have a zero tolerance, and I always laugh and joke. I always say, I'm going to close the window before I throw you through it. That's always been it's called defenestration. Literally, there's actually a real term for it. It's called throwing a person through a window. But the term defenestration doesn't define if the window is open or closed. So I specify that, let's say the window is open, I close the window, then throw you through it, right? So for me, I just, if you're toxic, if you fuck around, if you waste my time, close the window, throw you through it. Right. And the thing is that if people know that and it's very, very clear, all of a sudden they don't get upset anymore. It's magic.
Oh. They're like, they just know, oh, I'm either going to go through that glass or he might even throw me hard enough. I'm going to just pick you up and throw you. Like,
yeah, if you're toxic, you go through the window's open, I close it, and then you go through it. So if you want to go through a closed window, just do something toxic. It's very simple.
That's the easiest way to throw yourself into your own dumpster fire.
Yeah, it's easy. It's so easy, right? So at that point, everything becomes very, very simple. Super, super simple. And I know having kids and stuff, obviously, I don't have kids. I'm not going to talk about that because I don't know. I don't know everything about everything. But as a single dude, I will say it's become very, very nice and very, very simple.
I hear that because there's a lot of complication and there's a lot of noise. And if you have somebody who's scared all the time and the other person's brave, it's like trying to, like, you're dragging around like dead weight, it feels like, So if they can't get, if this information makes you feel free and the other person is like a weight around your ankle, like nobody's telling you to blow up your whole life, but like, someone's knocking at your door and there's light at the end of the tunnel. Right?
Yeah, and you build it up like a gradient. You start off a little bit. Then maybe, a few weeks go by and you're like, listen, man, I'm getting really into this shit. And to be honest, it's really cool. And I can tell it's already starting to put some distance between us. I could see this in a few months going in a direction where it could really cause a huge rift between us or whatever. And I'd really appreciate it if I could share it with you. I really want someone to share it with. There's not a lot of people into it, you know. You can even go down that road, and then, you know, you've informed them that there's this gap that's getting bigger, and you anticipate it getting a lot bigger, and it's going to get bigger if this happens, you know. And I want this thing, which I want to share this with you, and I want you to, it becomes, you know, you don't want to force it on somebody, but at the same time, it's like, hey, in 2 months, I can see this thing going in a direction where, you know, it's just going to be driving us apart more and more and more, and I could see that kind of falling off a cliff at some point in the future. You know, I'm not trying to force anything on you. But if you really want to, what's more uncomfortable for you? Is it more uncomfortable for you to look at the information, or is it more uncomfortable for you to lose the relationship, possibly, eventually? You know. And you got to think, if it's more uncomfortable for them to look at the information than it is to lose you, well, you've already got your answer.
It tells you everything you need to know right there.
Yeah, you've already got the answer. Fuck them. Why not leave today? If that's the answer, I'll just leave today. Pack my shit up right now. Why wait?
Communication. Yeah. That's why I love the whole process of I love the whole process of opening up and like just showing people's minds of debt verification. We'll start there with that one. It's probably my favorite because it's the easiest way to get people interested into, you know, hey, what's going on for you out there? Anyway, so walking people into that, it's really honing their communication skills. Because when it's difficult to think, to respond to those things, it's so heavily charged emotionally. Because what is gold, silver? It's currency and energy. Energy is like, that's all we're really, like you were saying with sex and money. Sex and money. It's currency. It's energy. That's all we're exchanging out there. We just use it in different forms. We use it in promissory notes. We use it in Federal Reserve notes. We use it in gold, silver coins. But it's just energies at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So what's your energy like with your partner on those things, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. When you're lucky, you got one that's got the same good energy. And it's not a matter of keeping up with you. It's a matter of, I have no idea what's going on with you right now, but you know, if that's where you want to go, I support you and I'll learn as we grow.
Yeah.
But if there's no discussion and no conversation, it's you're doing this. Okay, you can acknowledge their fear in the moment. All right. What I heard from you was a little bit. I heard your fear. So if you're willing, and then if they're willing to work with you, then you know you don't have to throw them out the window. But if they automatically shut you down, shut you out, walk out of the room, shut the door, end the text, any kind of like slam, done, firm, I'm done, I'm not interested in this communication. As soon as they give you the first indication that they are not interested, don't waste your time.
Well, I know a lot of women specifically, they love the information, but they're terrified to take actual action. Now that makes sense to me. If you're consuming the information, you're interested in the information, you're watching the podcast, you're taking notes, and then when it comes to actually pulling out the gun and pulling the trigger, you're just absolutely fucking terrified out of your fucking balls. That makes sense to me. That actually makes sense to me. But someone who won't even listen to anything, they won't even look at the information, and they treat it like someone's trying to do like some kind of like voodoo seance, that's just fucked. I just can't understand. How could you not be interested in this? Like, what kind of fucked up, dumb, demented, super weird, illusionary, fearful, low self-esteem fucking condition you got to be in to not even be interested in hearing anything about any of this information? I just don't. It just does not make it. It literally has to do with every inch of every single person's life. I can see that a man doesn't want to learn how to sew. It's irrelevant. I can see that a woman doesn't want to know how to fucking rebuild a carburetor. fucking irrelevant. I can see there's a lot of things that make sense to me. This information has no gender basis, and it severely and terrifically affects everyone's life. If you are a mountain man and you have no cell phone or phone line, and you live off the land by chopping wood, this information would not apply to you. Now the problem is that eventually it might. I mean, it's growing more and more and more. Technology and all these things are growing more and more and more out into the wilderness. So even though you may be out in the wilderness and none of this applies to you now, it may apply to the next generation of whoever's after you. If you don't have any kids, then that's relevant too. So, but besides that very, very specific class or subclass of demographic of individual, this information applies to you, and applies to you in a massive way. So why a person would be just completely unwilling to learn or hear anything about any of it, just they must have some very extremely weak grip on reality, and in their mind their reality their grip on reality is so weak that the slightest little provocation or motion against it causes them to feel so fucking uncomfortable. Well, that's they have a very, very poor grip on reality. And maybe, it's just like that saying, sometimes the best thing to do is just to let go. And we hold on and we hold on and we hold on. We let go. We go through 2 weeks of pain. We come out the other end. We're like, fuck, I should have done that a long time ago, right? It's the same fucking thing with these fucking people. You should have your fucking reality shattered. Your life is shit. You work as this piece of shit fucking whatever, and you come home at night and you drink fucking domestic Miller Lights and fall asleep in front of the television every goddamn day. You're getting fatter and stupider by the fucking minute. Your reality should get fucking shattered. Fuck you. I'm doing you a fucking favor. At a certain point, you can almost push it like that, but that's kind of like, that's the last bullet in the chamber. By the time you hit that point, you're just trying to break their reality, and then if you can't, you just have to leave. There's nothing else left. If you go down that path and you fire that sixth round, and then you stay around, you're writing your own prison sentence at that point.
That's right. You are. I really love the way you just put that. I really do.
So I don't think you should come out the gate hot as fuck with a flaming axe trying to break your lover's reality, and fucking, that's pretty bad. I think it should be like you got a revolver, you got 6 bullets. Bullet number 1 is, hey, I got this cool thing, I really want to share it with you. Bullet number 2 is, you're walking around the house, you're listening to this stuff, and they see you, and you're laughing, and you're having a good time, and you're feeling good, and you are working on some documentation, and then they, what are you working on? Bullet number 3 is, hey, I've been working on this stuff for a few weeks, and I really want to share it with you, and I just don't really have anyone else to talk to. I know you maybe don't want to really hear it, but like, I still just really don't have anyone else to talk to, and I just really want to share this with somebody. Like, can you just like, even though maybe you're not thrilled about it, can we still talk about it even though you're not thrilled about it a little bit, And then the 4th bullet is whatever. Hey, I just want to let you know, this is starting to get, there's starting to become this chasm here, and it's getting bigger, and I can see it getting much bigger. I'm very interested in this subject. Yeah. Obviously, you've kind of put your foot in the sand, and I'm kind of put my foot in the sand in terms of me wanting to push forward on this. And then the fifth bullet is, hey, I just, I'm really not happy with this and where this is going, and things are starting to get kind of dark here, and the chasm's getting much larger, and this is not good. And I just want to let you know that we're moving towards an ultimatum here that's either going to end in us continuing a relationship or ending the relationship. And then the 6th bullet is just try to just break their fucking reality with a goddamn hammer or sledgehammer. And then once that last bullet's gone, if there's still nothing, you have to leave. There is no option. At that point, when you fire that last round and the bullet's out, you have to fucking leave. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you're going to be homeless. Doesn't matter if there's kids. I don't give a fuck. You have to go at that point.
And there are solutions. There are solutions. That's so many women get tied down in those relationships because of money, because of their self-esteem. and the way their relationship with money. And to me, there's a myriad of reasons why I want to get out there and help these ladies. Not one of them is girl bosses rule. Not one of that. That's like feminist Nazi bullshit. No, it's cohesive relationships where you're communicating with your partner. It's conscious conception. It's really it's about healing those things. And sometimes when you've been married for a long time, if you find yourself in that such a contentious relationship, if you find yourself in contentious, are you fighting, are you jockeying for the alpha position, or are you jockeying because you're genuinely concerned, because you're afraid that that person's going to get themselves into something that's going to get them in so much trouble that they're going to get like thrown into the pits of fiery hell and you're never going to see him again. So there is a difference between, I don't want to hear anything from you, you're nuts, I want to control everything you do because like I can't handle that insecurity. Like I can't handle that upset in my life. Oh, and I don't know what you're doing. I still think you're nuts, but I'm here for it. All right, I'll listen to you. I'll chat. Like everything you just walked through. There's two sides there. Are they willing and open, or are they going to shut it in your face? Because if they're going to just shut that door in your face, kick your foot, put it in the door and kick it open and go, I'm not done yet. Because that little spark that brought you here, that little spark that's igniting that flame in you is going to get a lot bigger. But you gotta open the window. You gotta fuel the flame. You gotta feed it, right?
Yeah, and for any women specifically that are in relationships that have not been going that well, a couple of books that are really, 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 really fascinating is by Michelle Langley. I don't think they're in print anymore either, which is a real shame. You could probably just download PDFs. It's called Women's Infidelity.
Hmm.
And it's a breakdown of the entire timeline of the female psyche. Like, for example, it takes a long time for women women get unhappy in a relationship and then they stay unhappy and they make excuses for a long, 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 long time. And then eventually when they finally decide that they've had enough, that's it. Like there is no way to come back from that. And if any man like closes the woman to like come back into that, it just makes things 10 times worse. By the time a woman has gone through enough torture to actually be done with the relationship, that's it. I mean, and then dudes, it's super weird. Like guys will all of a sudden tend to realize that they fucked up at that exact moment. It's like a weird spiritual, like fucked up nightmare that we go through as human beings, right? So as soon as the woman 2 years or 3 years into an unhappy relationship is like, that's it, I'm done. I'm going to either fuck another dude or I'm out of here. Then all of a sudden the guy like wakes up like, oh shit, like maybe I'm doing something wrong or whatever, right? But by that point it's too late. And then the whole polarity of the relationship flips. And then the guy starts running after the woman, which drives the woman away even faster because she's already opened that door. And that's where everything that's the cycle of the destruction of a marriage when there's kids involved and stuff like that. Very, very. So when you read the book and you realize you're going through the same shit that has been the fucking way that these things have gone down for forever, since the dawn of fucking men and women in marriage, it all of a sudden, this horrible, atrocious nightmare that you're inside of doesn't seem so bad anymore because it's just normal, really, that kind of behavior, right? And then what you want to do is once you spot that you're in this cycle, just speed it up. If you said no and you're done and you're kind of waffling and he's begging you and all this, just realize, when you read the book, you realize that's it. I made the decision, and as a woman, it's never going to happen. And if I go back, it's going to make things 10 times worse, and I got to walk away. That's it. You just end the cycle.
That's right. And like a band-aid band. Like you said,
Yeah.
it hurts for a couple of weeks. You're like, ugh. But then once you realize that you no longer have to bear the burden of that BS, it's super free. You're like, oh, it's 79 and sunny out. Let's go. Get a little bit of pep in your step. Get a little bit of energy back for, because it's not constantly being sucked out of you like a vampiric source. Anyway.
Yeah, and women really have it a lot easier than men. They don't think they do, but they do, because A woman can put on a nice dress and look cute and go out and meet somebody and fucking, whatever. Uh, in my favorite book of all time, Zamparian's The Alabaster Girl, he explains women are never really truly single. Women are always in the game. They're going to get hit on. If they go in public, they're in the game. There's no way for a woman to like opt out of the fucking game. It doesn't exist, right? Whereas a guy, when he's in a relationship, he actually isn't in the game. Most guys, unless they're out of this world fucking gorgeous or out of this world fucking famous, and they have to be on some insanely high level to hit that almost nobody ever hits, they're out of the game. If they don't put forth effort into the game, they're not in the game. So they completely take the effort out. They're not in the game. Women are never out of the game. If you go in public, you're fair game. If you're within the vision of another man, you're fair game. You're in the game. Whether you like it or not, it doesn't make a difference. So women are never really single, and guys are. So guys are in a 4-year relationship. They've never had anything from anybody unless they're cheating or unless they're actually actively going out and doing something. So they get hit way harder by that. And plus women have way more ability to see in the future. Women are like hawks. They'll see like, okay, in 3 months, this boat's going down. I got to figure something out. Guys, the boat, we're already fucking knees deep having a cigarette like, oh, what a beautiful day. We don't see the boat's going, man. And then in a month, you're going to be drowning. And we don't see it, right? So women are like this. They see 2 months, this boat's going down. There's a few boats over here. Which one am I going to jump onto? Because I got to jump on another boat. So they're already visually going to hop from this boat to that boat while it's going down. It's like Pirates of the Caribbean when he pulls into the dock and he's on the top and he steps off right at the last moment. That's like a woman. The woman just right up the very end. The dude doesn't even know what's going on. Boom, right into the water, right into the fucking water, right? So that's the difference. And Michelle Langley's book is really good going over the difference between those two, and she covers all that in great detail. So the thing is that guys have to work a lot harder. Plus, they come out of a relationship totally rusty. They haven't had any female anything besides that one woman for God knows how many years. So women can kind of step back into that role pretty easily. Put a dress on, go out. You've been in the game. There's no way to get out of the game. You live your life in the game. That's the end of the story. There's benefits to that. It can be annoying as a woman, but there's also benefits to that too, where if you do walk away from a relationship, you've been in the game all this time, just get out there and you're back in the game again, right? And I get it, especially for women who have been married for a long time, they get back in the game and their main complaint is, guys don't approach me. What the fuck happened? I go out, I drop the fucking proverbial hanky, I wink from across the room. They still don't fucking approach me. Do men even have fucking penises anymore? I get it. It's a real issue, right? So that's a whole nother issue. I don't really know what to say about that, but
I mean, we could do another show on Me Too. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a fact, but it really, all of it just comes down to self-esteem. I'm not being in a fucking toxic relationship. If that means I got to sleep in my car for a couple of weeks, fuck it. So be it. If that means I got to go out to the bar and pray to God someone fucking takes me home for a couple of weeks, I got nowhere to go, stray cat, so fucking be it. It doesn't fucking matter. It's staying in a toxic, fucked up situation that never seems to have any fucking end to it. That's a low self-esteem behavior.
100%. 100%. And learning information like the information that Brandon shared with you today, that he shares with you on his website, that he shares with you when he is pulling himself away from his due diligence of his own explorations to share these things with you. He is offering you a hand up into the world of self-esteem, the world of esteem within. You carry yourself highest because you don't assign to the bullshit term Illuminati or elite. Illuminati, elite, no, enough. Like, you are right there with them. And once you realize the power of your own pen, like the diplomatic immunity that you give yourself kind of is self-soothing.
Self-esteem is the ultimate diplomatic immunity.
Yep.
And
And then
um, self-esteem is you can only, I mean, a really good kind of stupid ass cliche that you could say is you can only fill up other people's cups if your cup is filled. I mean, think about it. I mean, that's just, if you don't put yourself first and you don't not in a selfish, there's put yourself first and people think like that means like slitting everybody's throat to get ahead and blah blah blah. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about put yourself first, fill your cup, make sure you're happy and you've got what you need and you're chilling, right? Don't go off, and a lot of these guys, these big business guys, they go off and they want Lamborghinis and then this and that, and it's just one thing after the next till the day they die, and it's all fucking worthless. Can't take it with you. Make yourself happy. A car that makes you happy. If it's a Lamborghini, fine. Do you need 17 Lamborghinis? No. Do you want a Lamborghini and a McLaren? Okay, fine. But it gets to a certain point where, even Andrew Tate talks about it. After a few of those, that's it. There's nothing else. What else is there? What else are you going to get from, you like sports cars. Okay. You got G Leno, but he's got the money. He's been doing it for a long time. He loves he's a collector. It's a whole different thing, but going on this endless fucking chase of next house and next this and bigger jet and bigger Lambo is just fucking dumb. Give yourself a real goal. I want a decent apartment in a nice place to live. I want a car that isn't a piece of shit that breaks down all the time. I want something real nice. I want something painted. I want something where the back window's not smashed in, To some degree, you could go that far. You could even say, I want, for me, I have a Shelby GT500, a 2009. It's not anything crazy, but it's gorgeous. It's got a lot of modifications done to it. It's quite an experience to drive it. It's like a whole, it's like driving a freaking race car. It's the craziest
is it the
fucking thing
black
in the
one?
world. Yeah.
Ah,
So to get a car to run and drive and perform the way mine does, you got to spend $250,000 fucking dollars. Whereas if you just take an older car and modify it, it's a lot easier to get that kind of thrill and excitement and power out of a car. You can take a 10-year-old car and put $10,000 or $15,000 into it, and I can rip the doors off of a Ferrari or Lamborghini. I mean, absolutely rip the doors off of one of those things, right? And it's just fun to drive. So within the scope of some reality, it's like, what do I need to feel pretty full for myself? And then now at that point, I feel like things should shift for you. Things should shift to making a family or creating a business or helping the whole world or a particular race or a subclass or whatever. And I feel like that's what I'm explaining is when a girl becomes a woman and when a boy becomes a man is when they get off of their own shit and they've figured out how to at least have their own cup filled enough to where now they can start to look out into other aspects of life and their overall sphere of influence can grow beyond just the problems of themselves.
nailed it. Because that's where it all starts.
And my information does definitely do that for sure.
It does. If you can't sit up straight within 3 months of going through the sign up for his course, please. Like this, I cannot encourage you enough to sign up for where is it? Contract Killer Course 2.0. He told us tonight that the 3.0 is coming. Start with the 2.0. Because
don't wait. I don't know how long it's going to be. People are like, oh, should I wait? No, you shouldn't wait for anything in life. What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, because it's out there for the taking. And once your esteem rises that far high in yourself, then you can understand that that's not a selfish act because there is such an abundance, especially of this fiat system that we're in. There's such an abundance. Trillions, sextillions are numbers. Quantum computers are here for a reason. Quantum computers can read up to sextillions and beyond. They're able to quantify that math. That is why we're putting those systems in place. That's why crypto's existing. Why do you think you're seeing so many decimal points before, and you can't even accumulate a whole unit? Well, you could if you wanted to accumulate a whole unit of Bitcoin, but it's much more difficult these days. This is a training. This is like, I don't even want to say it because golly, if like we haven't been banned already, it's just like it's just training, So this is a way to train ourselves to, live as a shiniest meat sack you could possibly put yourself into. That's all I'm going to say. He really just lays it out here. It's digestible. If you can't get through this, and um, you know, gotta help you.
Yeah, I mean, you're behaving and acting and telling everyone that you're a released African slave all the time, and really, that's just as ridiculous as it sounds. And that's really the primary issue, which I know it sounds totally crazy for most people, especially hearing that for the first time. It's just like the craziest thing they've ever heard in their entire life. The whole issue with my whole life is that I'm telling everyone and telling the government that I'm a released slave of African descent. Yeah. So I mean, I know it's fucked, but that's the truth.
That is the truth. All right, I'm going to end that here. There's zero chance that I am going to let you go without asking a zillion more questions, which is going to lead about 2 more hours, and I don't care. But thank you so much for being here. Is there anything else is there anything that you wanted to share or promote before we sign off from our live stream?
No, it's all good.
Okay. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm wrapping it up here. I will be posting this to all of our socials. This will also be going out to every single Apple Podcast, Spotify, YouTube, Amazon Podcast, TuneIn, Castbox, Pandora, iHeart, and Listen Notes. So you guys should be able to find this episode many, many places. This information needs to be shared. Thank you for not being a scumbag and sharing it in the way that it should be intended. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Bye, guys. See you
Bye
later.
bye.